This meeting is being recorded.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, it is 5:33, and this is the July 5th, 2022 meeting of the City of Palm Springs Architectural Review Committee. Anybody that's listening online, please mute your sound when you're not actually speaking to the committee. Mr. Newell, could you please take roll call?
Yes, Member Thompson.
Here.
Member Walsh is excused. Member Paline.
Here.
Member McCoy.
Here.
Member Lockyer.
Here.
Member Dozy.
Here.
Vice Chair Rahman.
Here.
And Chair Jakeway.
Here.
We have a quorum.
And I would like to point out that because Mr. Walsh is not here, Dan Thompson is a full voting member and participating member of the committee. May we have a report on the posting of the agenda?
Chair Jakeway and committee members, our agenda was posted on Wednesday, June 29th, 2022. Our meeting has been posted in accordance with state law and established policies.
Thank you. As the committee can see, we have a robust agenda tonight. Do we have any revisions to the agenda? I would like to suggest that item number 5 under new business, William Dumka and McGee Sharon Architects for a major development permit to construct a 6,785 square foot warehouse at 3581 West Del Sol Road. I would suggest that we move that to the consent agenda. I was at the site, and the property immediately to the west of this is the exact same building. So that building has already been approved and constructed in this immediate area. So I don't see any reason that we really need to discuss that item. Anybody object to that? Okay, we'll go to the consent calendar. First is approval of the minutes. Do we have any changes or comments about the minutes from the meeting of June 6th? I have a comment that under the item number 2, Sandfish Restaurant, that I asked that there be signage placed in the parking lot across the street that identifies that people who are patrons at Sandfish have the right to park in that parking lot. Anybody else have any other changes? Okay, that would be item number 1. Item number 2 of the consent calendar is O2 Architect for major architectural application to construct a 3,675 square foot single family residence and an administrative minor modification for a front yard setback reduction on a hillside lot located at 2399 City View Drive. And then the third item in the consent calendar would be what's now on the agenda here is item number 5, William Dumka and McGee Sharon Architects for a major development permit application to construct a 6,785 square foot warehouse facility on a 13,099 square foot undeveloped parcel located at 3581 West Del Sol Road. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Also move.
Okay, Mr. Rotman, thank you. Second?
I'll second.
Second by John
McCoy.
McCoy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. I got a little ahead of myself. I skipped the point where we offer the public chance to comment on items that are not on today's agenda. So if anybody in the public in the waiting room would like to speak on an item not on today's agenda, please identify yourself. I think we can move on to unfinished business, and if somebody identifies himself at a later point, we can break in.
Chair, we might also accept the agenda as amended.
Oh, okay. Do we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended, and that is moving item number 5 into the consent calendar?
Motion to accept as amended.
John McCoy, second.
Second,
I think that was that Steve?
Tom.
Tom Dosey, second by Tom Dosey. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, unfinished business. Number 3, One Las Palmas LLC for a major architectural application for the review of 4 single-family house types on 11 hillside lots and an administrative minor modification for a front yard setback reduction for 3 lots and an increase in building height for 4 house elevations located at Las Palmas Estates Drive. Could we have a staff report, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I
Yes.
would like to recuse myself from this item as I have done work for the developer on this particular project.
Okay, Mr. Dosey has recused himself for item number 3. Now may we have a staff report?
Thank you, Chair. Are you able to see the screen
Yes,
on full screen? Great.
yes.
So as you mentioned, this project was reviewed by the Architecture Review Committee on February 7th, 2022. And at that meeting, the ARC generally agreed upon the house color schemes, the landscape plans, and the reduction of the front yard setbacks with a driveway that's at least 18 feet long. However, the ARC had some additional questions and comments and wanted the applicant to go back and provide additional information. So that's what we're here to do today. What I'd like to do is talk about some of the overall development and then take some questions and answers and then talk about the different house types. But in keeping it moving along, so the scope of the review is that the ARC will review 4 house types with 6 elevations, a front yard setback reduction, and an increase in building height of a side yard for models 1A, 2B, 2A, and 2B, and then the reduction of the setbacks on lots 14, 15, and 17. So looking at the overall development, as you know, there's a gate at One Las Palmas. There's a total of 20 lots, and the ARC is reviewing the lots that are on the south side, which are considered hillside, based upon where the location of the mountain is. This exhibit has been flipped, so the south side is to the top of the plan, and currently there are 5 houses that are under construction or have permits. The ARC was allowed to go out and view the sites today, and lot 3 is finished and is their model. We are looking at the lots on the south side, which is lots 10 through lots 20. You'll notice that the street is 24 feet wide in points and then narrows at other points. Then there's a island in the middle that's landscaped. The request for setback reductions are on, as I mentioned, 17, where the lot narrows, 15 and 14, where the street is pushed to a matter that the house, siding it with the hillside to the rear, reduces the front yard, and the driveway length is at least 18 feet long. The applicant has provided a streetscape that shows how the street would look with the different house types. The conditions of approval state that no house type would be sited next to each other, so that there's a variety of the houses. We also asked for an exhibit provided by Sanborn Engineering that showed the finished pads. There's a 20-foot elevation difference from the front of the development where the gate is to the back where the dam is. So each of these pad sites is terraced up to the highest point at lot 10 and lot 11. And you'll see that there's finished floors along each of these exhibits. We also wanted them to do a cross section that shows how each house would relate to each other. You'll see in this exhibit on plan 1 and plan 2, the distance between the edge of plan 1 to plan 2 is 18 feet. I'm sorry, is 28 feet. And the distance between the glass of the house to the wall of the other house is 85 feet. So in the instances where they're asking for an increase in building height to 16 feet at the setback line, There is ample room that views beyond the height of the house would be maintained. There was also a cross-section that shows how the street relates to both sides of the project. And this is what this exhibit shows, with the hillside on the left, the south properties, the street, and then the north properties. Once again, there's exhibits that show how a 16-foot tall house, which is requested in the AMM increase in height, is situated next to the house adjacent to it. There's also a question about placement of ADUs. You'll notice that there are ADUs throughout the development. These are possible locations of where they could be. It's up to the buyer who opts in to purchase an ADU. And you'll see that there are some that are in the rear of the lot. And as we know, there's a toe of a slope and there are rock fall areas. So we would need to work with them on the placement of these ADUs if we actually could have them in the rear. But this is just a typical exhibit of where they possibly could go within each of the units. If you visit the site, there is a house that's finished. This is the plan type number 3. And just to scroll through some of these lots, you'll notice the landscaping is consistent throughout the development. It's palms, barrel cactus, turf grass, and this is a view of the inner courtyard of the area of the houses. Each of the houses have a west-facing open patio area with a pool. There's also elevations of the ADUs, which are a simple design. This is a 1-bedroom, and then there's a larger ADU with a kitchen and another bedroom and a bathroom. So Chair, that concludes my discussion of the overall site planning. If there's any questions on that before we get into each of the individual houses, or if you would like me to continue.
Glenn, a couple of questions. Could you please explain what the rockfall mitigation zone is? Can anything be built in that?
Well, we would need to work with engineering. So let me go back to this one exhibit. So this is the rockfall area, which is the hillside. It's a very flat area, and then the hill starts. There may have to be a wall or some sort of mitigation measure that would be built to control any kind of rocks that would fall. I don't know exactly, without talking to engineering, as to where the rockfall area would be, whether it's 5 feet, 10 feet, and what type of apparatus would need to be placed there to prevent it from rocks hitting those ADUs or the house themselves.
Is the street in this development a fire lane? Can cars park along the curb, or is it a no parking street?
The street in areas that are the widest are 24, which meets the fire department standards. There are some sort of narrowing points where it gets more narrower. The right-of-way width between the property lines is 40 feet. But as you mentioned, it does get narrow here. I think the applicant can describe it, but cars could park on the street. If a car is 8 foot wide and they park on both sides, that's 16, and it leaves another 8 foot for a car to get by. It would be, you'd have to maneuver through.
The fire department access requirement, I know that we're looking at another project, is 24 feet clear with no parking within that 24 feet. Does that apply onto this property also?
You would have to discuss that with the fire department. There's no condition, but that could be added. They reviewed it and their conditions are included, but that was not one of them specifically mentioned. But if they require it, then we would, when it goes through development process, we could add that.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody
Chair, I
on the
have a
committee
couple of questions.
specifically related to the site, plan?
Yes, I do.
Great.
So, Glenn, would you go to the civil plan that you just had up before? Yeah, right there. That one's good. So I'm assuming that in some cases, the street widening encroaches into the property itself, like in lot 15 as an example.
Right here,
And
yes.
yeah, so when we measure, if that is the case where they want an 18-foot setback, is that measured from the property line or is it measured from the curb?
It's measured
new
from the
curb.
curb.
Okay. And that would be, then we would maintain that 18-foot setback. If there was an opportunity for an ADU in the front yard, it still would be 18 feet back.
Yes, they would
Is
need
that-
to maintain that. That's the setback requirement.
Okay. And in cases where, let me just see, there was one parcel. So in this example, lot 14, where I guess, so in lot 14, we're measuring 18 feet from the curb for the driveway. And yet the street wide, so where the bedroom wing is, that is going to be actually much closer than 18 feet to the curb or the property line. Is that right?
Right. So in this instance, this house is lined up with lot 15 to be consistent with each other.
So my point is, though, we do have a reduced, I'm going to throw a number that it'll be down to 14 feet or 13 feet. The front of that house will be 13 or 14 feet to the curb.
Right, but the property line would be farther out, or the curb is pushed further out beyond the property line. So
yeah, that's at the driveway, but aren't they asking for a 18-foot setback for that lot?
they are, but the main provide an 18-foot long driveway. So keep in mind that these lots are hillside, and the hillside ordinance allows a reduction of the front yard setback up to 10 feet, which is not what they're asking for, but it's possible to have different setbacks up until 10 feet in these hillside developments. But to be consistent and to make the development comprehensive, having the houses at the same setback is advantageous.
Okay. And then the other thing, which plays off of Tom's questions, I'm trying to see where maybe it was lot 15 too, on a different exhibit. It looked like if you had to maintain a 20-foot clear rockfall area, that the back of that house actually would encroach into that 20-foot.
In the rear here?
And yeah, in the rear.
So this is 14, I'm sorry, just 14 and 15. So yes, I mean, you can see that the rock area has pinched sort of or narrowed the constraints of the buildable area.
Right. So the question for engineering would be really, can you encroach into that 20 feet with a house? And whether those two lots would need a special designed residence as opposed to one of the unit 1A or B, whatever it is.
Right. Well, I know the applicant has their engineer on available for discussion, and he may have some insight.
Okay.
Can
Thank you very much.
Can I just expand on that one a little bit?
Sean, please.
Yeah, Glenn, I feel like during the last time we reviewed this, we had kind of gone over the site plans and asked for the property lines and setbacks to be clearly added, and then with the house plans plotted on them, buildable area, and potentially in this scenario, topography. So how come that's not on here?
Well, there are exhibits that show setbacks. They're on the individual house plans, if I can flip to them, which we're going to discuss farther. So this is a typical house plan that shows setback and the buildable area, which is the dash line. The slope of the driveway is also included on some of the exhibits. So remember that they're not here to plot the houses specifically on each lot. They can be a plan 1, they can be a plan 1B, they can be a 3. the buyer will end up choosing where it is, but these are typical grading plans or development plans that show the buildable area and the setbacks and how they relate to each other in the street. That's what we wanted to see. And as each individual house comes in, it goes through the plan check process and more detailed plans are reviewed at that point.
Gotcha.
Glenn, looking at this drawing right here you have on the screen, there is no property line shown between lot 10 and 12, and that's been a real frustration for me. And then if you go to the page C 1.0, the property line is shown differently. And then when you go to another engineering, see here it's shown with a little jog there between 10 and 12. Then you go to another drawing and it's showing coming straight off the corner. So within their own design team, they're showing us different things. And I think if you go to that C 1.0, you can see that the corner of the building on lot 12 is literally touching the property line. There's zero setback there, if that's the correct property line.
Let me get to it.
Right there.
So this exhibit here, you're saying there,
Yeah, so
there
look
is,
on lot 12, the corner of the building is literally touching or maybe even going over the property line.
right, there was an exhibit that was done that specifically looks at that corner.
And that exhibit shows the property line different. That's what's frustrating.
Right, I understand.
Okay, let's move on to your architectural or your next set of comments or review.
Right, so I'll go through these quickly. This is Plan 1A, which is a house that has the garage on the left-hand side. There are typical grading plans showing where the house will be built, the setbacks, the driveway length. Once again, this shows the relationship between the patio pool area on the west side with the wall. There are elevations labeled with building heights, materials that are proposed for each of the different house types. We have roof exhibits showing locations of solar panels on the roof, and then a typical landscape plan. This is for Plan 1A. Plan 1B also has the garage on the left-hand side. Scrolling through these, they're very similar with the landscaping in the front, the very formal landscape scheme. House type, house colors, materials, and building heights. This one is has a 16-foot high on the east side of the lot. Keep in mind that these types will not be built on the north side because the setback reduction was not granted or cannot be granted for height on those properties on the north side of the house. They've used a way of breaking up the stucco to sort of break up this wall on the east facing elevation. Plan 2A has the garage in the center of the house with the main entrance off the left, shown here, and the guest wing with the bedroom is on the right of the house. This also shows a typical drainage plan, site plan showing the setbacks and the driveway in the center of the house itself. And then a drawing of what the outdoor areas would look like. Materials proposed. 2B is also in the center. We have another typical site plan showing locations of what's buildable area and the driveway, and then flipping through these building heights of 12 feet and then 16 in the middle of the house, the middle of the property. Plan 3 is what is currently constructed out at the site with the garage on the right. Once again, showing the location of the outdoor materials. Plan 4 has a shed roof in the center with the garage in the left-hand side. Once again, showing the outdoor area, building materials, different type of fenestrations in the front of the house. Plan 5, this is situated at the very end of the cul-de-sac, showing how that house would be sited with the driveway and the 2-car garage, and then the outdoor living area towards the south portion of the property. Building materials, and then Plan 6. Garage
Plan
loaded,
6 doesn't exist in these lots.
right. But it's an option that they would like to provide if possible.
Okay.
So that concludes the discussion of the different house types.
So Glenn, you just made a comment just now that they might add it in. So are these, are the buyers able to change the floor plan so that what we're approving tonight, they might go to a different plan type on that lot? And if so, does that just get approved by staff or who has to review that?
Right, you are approving the house types. Each of these house types could go on any of the lots. We review them when they come in as plan checks, and a buyer could pick a one, but not next to another one that's similar to it.
Okay.
Across the street from it, it could be identical.
Well, in the exhibit that we showed earlier, the house that is the model house, there is a plan that is the same house type across the street. Can't control what they build on the north side because it's a non-architecture review area. So we do not dictate as to what that house type is, but on the south side we can.
Glenn, can I ask you a couple questions about the plans? Or would that come later?
Sorry, did you say you're asking me?
Yes, can I ask some questions of staff about the plans or would that
Sure.
come later? Okay, on plan number 1, both A and B, they have a long corridor leading to the bedrooms with no windows or no skylights. And it looks like it's about a 3-foot wide corridor. That just seems very odd. But the architectural feature that they show in front of it, when you look at the elevation, on the right of it, it just says Modern Masters Silver HE 150, and that's a paint color. It doesn't tell us what that material is. So there's lots of items like that scattered throughout that the information is kind of confusing. And talking about the ceiling, the building height where they want the 16-foot buildings, the ceilings are 13 feet high in that room. I would think that a 12-foot ceiling with a shallower structure might pick up some height. One of my concerns is where the houses are 16 feet, they're on a lot that's at least 2 feet and in some cases 3 or 4 feet above the lot that's looking at the house. So in effect, you're looking at an 18 to 20 foot high building on the side of your lot. These long covered overhangs, like on plan 3, it seems to me in a number of cases that they project into the front yard setback. And then finally on lot 5, see, one thing that's frustrating is none of these site plans show the walls or call out what the wall heights are. But on 5, if you look at their sheet 8.1.1, they're showing 2 shade structures. Then when you look at the plans, 2, 3, and 4, they don't show any shade structures. Then when you look at the renderings, they do show shade structures. And I think in both cases, the shade structures don't comply with the setbacks. So I think it's a very difficult project to review at this stage. Does anybody else on the committee have questions for staff? Okay. Then the applicant can please make a presentation. Please give us your name and you have 10 minutes.
Hi to all, this is Brian Foster for One Las Palmas. So One Las Palmas is a gated neighborhood featuring a limited collection of 20 luxury homes that range in size from approximately 2,500 to 4,500 square feet. So being that Palm Springs is recognized as an eclectic mix of architecture, we wanted this community to reflect this as this is what makes Palm Springs a special place. Interesting and unique design philosophies have become increasingly favorable in Palm Springs over the past decade, but there's only a limited amount of these types of homes within the city. More recently, the demand has soared, which you all know, for unique homes. And at One Las Palmas, the focus is to help fulfill that void. The home designs here are a mix of elements with mid-century, modern, and contemporary roots, with some homes displaying some exotic features as well. The designs offer attention to privacy while capturing the powerful view straight out to Dry Falls. Currently, the north side of the development has 7 lots, which are all underway. And we have a waiting list for the list of the 11 south lots. So it's important that we continue the design consistency on the 11 remaining south lots, which are the portion of your review today. The design continuity is an important factor since we've already established a presence within the community with buyers in place. And again, these homes are interchangeable, which you covered on most lots, giving buyers the flexibility to have a home of their choice on a selected lot. Although the hillside design standards allow 2-story homes with structures built into the hillside, we elected not to do this and only offer single-story homes up to 18 feet in height on the flat portions of the lots, again, with nothing being built into the hillside. Unfortunately, in around 2005, when the subdivision was originally approved, the intent may have been for 2-story homes being built into the hillside. And because of that, the original conditions of approval required AAC approval. So that's why we're all here today. Alan Sanborn and Scott Lyle are both here attending today's meeting. So if there's any questions that relate to the questions that you have, I think most of that information is on the plans. That might be an oversight. So I believe that all these questions that have come up in the prior discussions here can be probably pointed out, get some more clarity on any of those concerns. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Glenn or Alan or whoever wants to jump in at this point.
Well, Alan, why don't you discuss the Rockfall issue?
Yeah, the Rockfall, it's a recommendation from the soils engineer way back in 2005 or so, and probably updated since then. We did Rockfall on the Dakota project. The 20-foot zone is not a fixed item depending on your Rockfall solution. So if you come up with a Rockfall solution that stops the rock in 10 feet, 5 feet, then that works. It's the 20-foot zone is more of a, let's just say if you don't have a solution, that's how far the rock's going to go before it stops, or at least in their estimation. So that's really where that number comes from. But you are allowed to build into it if, of course, you solve the Rockfall issue with a different method. And there's multiple methods that you can come up with, and that's where we work with engineering to come up with something that obviously meets their requirements.
Chair Jakeway?
could you clarify? I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert.
No, this
No,
was
that was
Scott
Scott.
Lyle. I have
I'm sorry,
a
Scott.
point. I would like to add to it at the appropriate time. To add to Brian's presentation too.
Why don't you do it right now?
Okay, I'm the sales director for the community. It's a pretty unusual situation in that we've been showing the lots and the homes now for over a year on the north side of the street. And we have had hundreds of people come through. We have really overwhelming support from the neighbors. And the south side, super important that we get this done because the south side phase 2 is lots 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And we need to build our way out of the project. We actually have homeowners who will be moving in later this fall on lots 6 and 8 and 9. And we had intended to move that construction fence to the east as we move our way out and give them some quiet enjoyment. It's also really important to consider, and I know it's been brought up several times, the continuity of development. It's already been established. For instance, if you talk about the ceiling height, the buyers that are coming in are expecting the ceiling heights that they're seeing on the north side of the street. And every one of our buyers who has purchased a home has stood on the lots to the east of the home that's already built so they can get a true understanding of what the view is going to be obstructed in the foreground. But fortunately for the area, the views go up high. And without a doubt, everybody would rather have the higher ceiling, even though they're giving up a little view in the foreground. So I really would encourage you not to try to shorten the ceiling heights on these homes. It needs to be one development. It's already been established. And what we'd like to do is complete it. And what Brian says is right about this, it's a unique situation. The lots are considered hillside, and that's really the only reason that we're here is because the lots are considered hillside, but it's really the same homes on the north side of the street as on the south side of the street. So I encourage us to move this along as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lyle. Do we have any public comments from the audience? Okay, then we'll conclude the public comment section. Committee members, comments and questions for the applicant?
Well, I'll start.
Robert.
Yeah. So in our packet, there was a separate drawing that was after the ADUs, the plans and elevations for the ADUs for a shade structure, which included a bathroom and some other areas. I did not see in my review where those are proposed. So could you explain where that's supposed to go?
Brian, can you explain that?
Yeah, the shade structures for like the swim up bar, outdoor lounging area, those are placed at the west side of the lots.
Where can we see that on the plan?
They're on the website. I don't think we have it on the plan because it's an optional structure that we don't know if anybody would buy or not. We don't know. But they're just shade structures that are sitting towards the far west portion of the lot at the 10-foot setback. And I think I do think there may be a drawing somewhere in the packet, Glenn, that shows that. I'm not sure if that's showing with those structures or not where the placement is.
I agree with Robert. I went through my submittal and I couldn't find them identified anywhere.
Yeah, that's going to be a question on how the pool lays out, but that would be the location where they'd sit at the far west end. There wouldn't be any other location to put them on the lots.
Though in looking at all the lots along the south side of the street, it looks like the pool's about 4 feet from the property line. So I don't think you could build any of these, could you?
those pools are just a diagram showing about where a pool could go. So if there were no pool, then that would, the pool would move towards the east, and then the shade structure would fit within that area just fine. The pools you're looking at are probably about 1,500 square feet, which is an unreasonable size for that if it were to have a shade structure. And that's the same document that the sales team uses for showing, so people have an idea of where a pool could go. It's all the same pool. So it's not indicating anything specific.
One thing I know we brought up last time and we've talked to you about in the past is the solar shading for all these west facing, in this case, at least 12 feet of glass by whatever width. And I know that on some of the units, you show an eyebrow at the very top, at the top of the parapet. But as previous discussions have indicated, that's really not a very effective way to provide solar shading. And you know, it may look great and it may preserve the view somewhat, but once somebody moves into those units and they have to deal with 12 feet height of glass with the west facing, they're not going to be happy.
Well, I understand where you're coming from on that, but we have the model complete right now, and the overhang that's there, you know, is sufficient. But obviously, this time of year, you're going to have a lot more heat gain, which is expected. But again, most of these buyers are not here. Probably 90% or greater are not here in the summer months, and that's why we've arrived at having less. In regards to the overhangs, because people, when they come, there is no sun. The mountain is so high, and it drops behind the mountain at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's a big deal for the sales team, and Scott can elaborate better on that. But this is where we arrived on the happy medium. In fact, probably most people would prefer nothing there, no overhang, and just have additional solar panels, which most people are doing, interestingly enough, anyhow, to offset and compensate for some of that heat gain.
I'm gonna say that that's it for now. Well, no, I will ask it. So on some of the plans you have, like on 2A, you have a wall element that projects into the front yard setback. And there are no dimensions to tell us how far that projection is and whether that is even approved by code. And I know Glenn responded that in some cases you're allowed to reduce it to 10 feet, but we really don't know, you know, what that condition is because we have no information about what the actual proposed setback is. So I'm just, you know, it's a very complicated project to review because there are so many variables that are undefined. And there's a lot of pretty pictures, but the reality is it's hard for us to put conditions on this that will be universal because there are so many different and there's so many inconsistencies in what's being presented to us. So I'm struggling with it, Brian.
Yeah, I understand. And I think there might be more confusion than inconsistencies. For example, are we talking about walls? Or are we talking about building height or buildings projecting into the
It's all of it. It's all of the above.
Well, the walls are 6 foot high. So that's different than the building, the structure itself. The structures are not projecting into the setbacks. It might be an overhang or an architectural feature, but nothing significant. If you look at the plans, you can see the dashed lines from above showing the profile of the roof. So you can see that.
Well, if you go to Unit 2A, the plan shows it on lot 15, and 2A has a wall element that projects further than the garage door. And if the garage or is 18 feet back for your approved revised setback, then this wall element must come forward 4 feet of that, and it's a full height wall. So are we actually reducing the setback then to 14 feet? And if
Yes.
if on that lot, you know, you've got the widening of the road, is it even less than that? So I mean, it's really challenging.
Well, I don't understand. If the setback can be 10 feet, why are we worried about a little architectural projection that might come out a little bit to accommodate an overhang above? I don't understand. It just seems to me that maybe we move the house back a foot or 2 feet or something if we need to, if that's a big deal, or we can remove that and just leave it all cantilevered. I just don't really agree with the assessment on that. These homes are interchangeable, so the lot conditions will vary. We're just trying to give you an example. If we say we want to reduce the garage setback or keep the garage at 18 feet and reduce the architectural projections or overhangs to call it 15 feet, then that should be acceptable. I don't think it's necessary to focus on those types of things because they just don't make much of a difference.
Well, I'd like to weigh in. So if the ARC, Brian, it grants a setback reduction, that has to be consistent. We can't move the houses to 14 to 10 to whatever is approved is, but ARC is what is consistent. So you know, we will look at that when the plan check process happens, but the setbacks have to be maintained as to what is approved.
Well, I thought when we started this process, the garages would be 18. And that was our focus, to have cars sitting, giving enough parking for 2 cars to fit in the driveway. So I think if we're going to establish a garage setback, that's great. We can do that. And if it makes sense to establish another setback for other features, you know, that's fine too. I don't see much of the building, any of the buildings projecting much beyond the 18 feet anyhow. And the houses, again, some of it could just be moved back slightly on the lots to offset that if necessary.
Well, I'm looking lot 18, lot 16, lot 12. All of them have what you're calling architectural elements, these roof overhangs that are substantially closer to the curb than 18 feet.
Right, those are 3-foot overhangs.
No, look at Plan 4. You've got a big outdoor covered shade structure.
Can you show that Plan 4, Glenn? Which lot, Tom?
Lot 16.
16, okay.
Can you see the Plan 4?
No,
No.
we're just seeing your cover sheet. See, this drawing does not show the lot accurately, because if you look at the overall, there's a scoop of land that's cut out of the corner, the northwest corner of the lot that's part of the street. So you'd have to be set back from that. This is where these inconsistencies get so confusing, because this is not accurate.
You're saying because of the little cutouts in the street?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I get it. I think the Plan 3 and 4 would be on the deeper lots. And we have the ability to rotate that structure if necessary too. So my perception of this would be, because it's an undulating type of situation as you go down the street, why don't we just establish an 18-foot setback for the garages and then call it 15 feet for the other areas and make it easy? There's no reason to complicate it. I think that would work based on what I'm seeing with the positioning of each house.
Glenn, could you, on the same plan we're looking at 4, could you bring up sheet 3, which is the exterior elevations?
I'm sorry, sheet, what plan?
That one works.
Okay.
Above the yellow courtyard gate, there's a roof, and it goes at an angle in front of the garage, but it doesn't touch the garage. It just cantilevers out there in front of the garage. That seems very odd to me. And there's a lot of architectural elements like that here that just seems so arbitrary and kind of, I think people would stand on the street and go, why is that there?
No, they won't. That's an abstract element. And again, that's just a difference of opinion and design philosophy. So we do all kinds of projects between Palm Springs and all the way down into La Quinta with abstract shapes and things like that. And we like it and our buyers like it. And this is what we want to do. And I understand where you're coming from, where things, one design philosophy could be for things to be more integral, but it does make the front look interesting from the front elevation. And there's no reason to overlap it onto the other roof to create a area for birds and other things to start nesting. So that's why it's held back like it is.
So it's just a fake element.
It's a cantilevered element that's just projecting with a rake in it.
Now on the same elevation to the right of the gate, it says foam and concrete, the big circles, foam and concrete painted, and then a number for the paint number. That doesn't really tell us much about what those are. Do they project out? Are they recessed in? Are they plastered?
Yeah, they are plastered elements. And you probably are aware of this. The decorative foam pieces are attached on and then concrete is sprayed over the top of it. So those are projections. They're about approximately 2 inches thick, maybe 2 to 3 inches thick. We already have that design theme established within the community. We already have some of those.
I was out there today. I didn't see any of those. I did see where you had some of the slots with little spaces between, and I like those that you get kind of a peek-a-view view into the courtyards. On this one, I would think when you went to plaster it, the voids between the circles would fill in with plaster. I don't know how you'd keep that plaster out of those voids.
Yeah, you're right. And we did it at the model, and Glenn was showing a picture there earlier. So basically the items are sprayed with concrete, or they're done at the facility that makes the foam. They have a concrete application that they can do right there on the spot. And then these are attached to the wall. And then there's a stucco spray that goes over the top of it to fill in the gaps where they meet the vertical surface where they're installed. So that way they look seamless. But you won't get the stucco buildup that you're talking about. The only way that would happen is if they're sprayed vertically on site.
Right. Other questions for the applicant? Steve, anything?
No, I'm good.
Dan?
No, nothing.
John McCoy?
I'd like to follow up on your clarification question of lot 12 property lines. Can you clarify what's going on back in there with where the house is sited?
Yes. There's a 10-foot setback there, and I think Glenn was just showing it a moment ago on lot 12. So the house is not touching the property line. I don't know how that one drawing got in there showing. I think it was showing the setback line, not the the property line. The property line kind of runs down the middle of the street. So that's what's causing some of the confusion when everybody's looking at these documents.
And then if you put the property line there, then the house on lot 10 is just a couple feet from the setback.
Right, so that document
wanted to-
there, that Glenn is showing is, it's showing the setback line, not the property line. The property line is in the middle.
No other drawing in this whole thing shows a setback line. All the other ones only show property lines. How would we assume that's a setback line?
It's shown in the other drawing Glenn was just showing a moment ago where it shows that setback. Glenn, go to the drainage plan, or excuse me, the site plan. That has the setback shown on it, I believe.
For which lot?
Lot 12.
I think I have it in the packet, not on a slide presentation.
No, you were just showing it a moment ago. We were looking at it.
Is it?
Plan 5.
What sheet is
I
it,
think it's on
Brian?
the plan 5.
Oh, Plan 5, okay.
Correct.
I gotta scroll down to it, so bear with me here.
All right. There it is there. So it's showing the 10-foot setback that the house is on both sides.
So then in that same situation, let's see where the house sits on lot 10.
Plan
Lot-
3.
Yeah, lot 10 sits, even for, lot 10 is,
Do we,
Not-
are
it's
are
not
you-
on the
Are you
setback.
suggesting we flip back now to the overall site plan that does not show setbacks?
you can, but the house on lot 10 is not sitting anywhere near the plan. The plan 2 would be, it would have an 18-foot or more setback from the property line.
In the packet that you gave us that's labeled introduction, if you look at page 14 of that packet, it shows,
You
it
mean the
appears
one
that the
called
setback on
overall?
lot 10 is just several feet from the property line.
Now, Glenn, can you show the driveway relationship that they asked for, that one exhibit? That shows that the house is probably more like 20 plus feet away from the property line or more.
So in your introduction packet, it's page 12. I don't have a
And 14, and 14.
N14.
12 doesn't show any houses, 14 does, but doesn't show property lines or setbacks.
If we look at the driveway exhibit, that will show lots 10, 11, and 12 and how they relate.
So you really got to go hunting for the information.
Right, so on page 14, this exhibit shows the parking pads as to where a third car could park.
And there's no indication of the property line between lot 10 and 12.
Right, because these designs are, again, interchangeable. So somebody may do a plan 1 or a plan 2, but the bottom line is they're going to be approximately 18 feet or more away. So there's not, I mean, there's plenty of backup space. We even have a parking slot for other cars. So there's adequate parking in that
I
area.
would like you to show the property line on page 14. There's no way that house is 18 feet from the property line.
If it's a site plan, doesn't it just automatically get property lines and setbacks?
It,
Like
lot
if it
10,
has the word site and plan in it together in the same title of the sheet, why wouldn't it just show it? Like you got to flip flop back and forth between 3 sheets to make, we've just spent 5 minutes on this.
because that's what was asked for, a parking exhibit, not a setback exhibit. So that's what we did.
Up to you, Brian.
Well, we just did what was asked, and there's,
Not really, because if it had a site plan and I wanted to communicate all the information I was trying to communicate, whether it was driveways, hardscape, plans, roof plans, overhangs,
It's not-
property lines, setbacks, I would just show it.
again, it's not site specific on which plan is going on lot 10. So if we establish an
We're
8-foot
missing the point,
setback,
but we've just spent now 6-7 minutes looking for this information on this one item. And we've talked about it a few times tonight on these site plans. And every time we flip to this overall site plan, there's just kind of bugging me that we can't see any setbacks or property lines. And you just say, well, the houses are interchangeable.
well, if we establish an 18-foot setback, then why is it that this would even matter? I guess I'm not understanding.
I think we're trying to understand the project as a whole. I don't think 18 foot is my only gripe, the 18-foot setback or concern. That's not my only concern. I didn't say that.
I thought that's what we were just
And I
talking
think
about.
when we're talking about architectural projections, like some of these walls that were overhanging, some of the roof overhangs, I think we're trying to understand the project as a whole and what's being proposed, and it's not clear. You say, why does it matter? I don't know. Well, why are we even here then?
Well, I think
Because
we're
this
here.
project was it required to because it was a hillside development. That's what you told us. The only reason we're here is because somebody 5 years ago said we had to be, because it was a hillside development.
2005,
Okay.
long time ago. But what I'm trying to say is that all of these elements would be the same if we just create a standard moving forward. It seems to me that if we have adequate backup space between lot 10, we have probably, I don't know, call it 35 or 40 feet of backup space between lots 10 and 11. And it just doesn't, or excuse me, between 10 and 12. We have the driveway easement going through there. So it doesn't seem like, again, that we're interfering with anything that would make a big difference, at least from my opinion.
That's your opinion. Take a look at lot 10 also. So look at that exhibit we were just looking at, which is this overall pages exhibit, page 12, which Glenn just referred us to, page 12 and 14. But take a look at that site plan on page 12. And this is what you're saying is the property line exhibit. There's not one dimension on here. And like, how do I even get to lot 10?
Glenn, can you show the drive exhibit, please?
Look at that page 12 first, before we get to that driveway exhibit. Just pause on that page 12 for a second.
Right. So page 12 is in your packet. It's not in the slide presentation, but everyone has access to that page 12. So Brian, it's the exhibit that's labeled lot 10, 11, and 12 property lines.
Which you can't quite tell. There's no dimensions on this or scale, but it looks like there's about 2 or 3 feet of property to even get to lot 10.
Right. There's an easement, a driveway easement that goes up the center from the cul-de-sac that provides access to each of those lots.
My guess is you got to flip to some other obscure sheet to go find that.
And the other thing that's never addressed is lot 12 has a finished pad elevation of 536. Lot 10, it's 541. That's 5 feet of elevation change between those two lots, but I don't see how that's addressed in the slope or pitch or layout of the street.
Alan can comment on that. Again, what we're looking at is the property line exhibit, which was requested and we provided. Then we also provided the driveway, its parking exhibit separately. So I understand about the setback, but the driveway easement itself is 24 feet.
But wouldn't you, if you created a driveway exhibit and you were asked to create a driveway exhibit, why wouldn't you show property lines on it and how one driveway shares or splits a property line? If you're saying, hey, I did what I was asked for and give you the most basic set with zero information on it, just showing a driveway that looks like a kid did it. Look at it. You got to share this exhibit you're talking about, Glenn. Page 14.
I'm looking at page 14.
Yeah, I want everybody to see this.
I would have to pull up another file here if you give me a second.
It's that overall pages exhibit, which I think was the first exhibit that went out.
I think one of the problems here on lot 12 is that it is such a different shape than the other lots. It's not really appropriate that any of these rectangular plans would be able to wedge itself onto that lot, especially when you consider this shared driveway easement that has to take up a big chunk of lot 12. I think lot 12 deserves a custom layout. I just don't think that these cookie cutter ones are going to fit there. And maybe the same on lot 10.
Lot 10, first off, lot 12 was where I started with. It was just a one-off, but it happens to fit on lot 20 as well. So people liked the plan, so we thought we'd introduce it as another option, but it was designed specifically to fit that lot. It has a corner sliders, corner pocket sliders going straight out to the corner, which is the most prominent part of the lot, with an interesting pool shape. The pool that's shown there is just, again, reflecting that a pool can be placed on the lot. On lot 10, it's one of our deepest lots. So again, the driveway is probably, 40 feet away from the property line, and the house is well within the 10-foot setback. But again, it can be moved further to the west if we deem it's necessary to make the front setback wider, which is fine. I mean, we have plenty of room to do it.
But Brian, though, on the exhibit page 14, you're showing lot 10, the house. So assuming the property line is literally about the right edge of the shared driveway, which means the corner of that house is literally within a foot or two of the property line. So that's not 18 feet, that's not 10 feet. And yeah, you can move it back, but that's not what you're showing.
Well, we weren't intending this to have the houses. It's not, the houses are just there showing that where the driveways go. So just remove the houses.
I understand, but you're providing fuel for the fire by not doing it in a reasonable or consistent way.
Logical.
Well,
Hey, Brian, I have a question.
yeah.
On the north side of the street, are all the houses that you have pre-sold or sold, are those all been decided on which plan's going on which lot?
The buyers had selected, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if no house is going to repeat with each other, wouldn't it be fairly easy to figure out kind of which houses are going to go on the south side? Since you're not going to have any right next to each other or across the street from each other, that would be helpful for us if we knew a better idea of which house, maybe it's only one or two options that would go on that lot.
Yeah, and what we're suggesting is what's being presented to you. That's what we would suggest to a buyer. And that if we had to do two next to each other, they'd be different elevations.
Okay.
And most likely we're planning on discouraging duplicate homes within close proximity.
I guess I was trying to help you out by figuring out that if you knew that a plan 2 is going to go, only a plan 2 or 3 could go on lot 10, and we'd have a better idea of what we're trying to approve.
Agreed. I agree with you. It's a little bit frustrating, but we decided because these are higher end homes that to not restrict the buyers on which homes go where, because they're more fussy when it comes to homes at this price point.
Sometimes they're fussy because you give them too many options.
Well, yes, trust me.
You need to narrow it down sometimes and give them a
Yes.
few choices. Pick A, B, or C, not A through Z.
Yeah, no, Scott and I've had this conversation numerous times, and we've tried to force the issue, but buyers really come in and say, gosh, I like lot 14, but I really want the plan 1. And we're just like, oh my God. So we don't want to discourage the sales because these are higher price point homes and they're harder to land buyers, as you know, but it is what it is. And we're just trying to be flexible.
Well, that's where you go back and say, yeah, that's flexible. This is a plan 2 that can go here, but if you really want a 3, it's going to cha-ching.
Yeah, or we got to walk you over to the next lot. No, and I understand and appreciate everybody's input that I'm getting here. But again, you have to understand that this might look a little bit loose, and it is, just because we don't have it being specific, because they're interchangeable. So we really, when we started this process with Glenn and Flynn, the plan was to have interchangeable homes on these lots and not get too focused on much other than these are the houses. This is what they're going to look like. And we establish a setback, the front, sides, building height, and kind of move forward and not. And I know you guys, your job is to kind of look at all the little details, but again, they only matter on which house is going to be on those lots. And I know that's what's making it difficult for all of you, including myself. And even Alan, we all struggle with it. But the bottom line is we've picked this path to go with. It's been very successful. And we don't want to discourage any of the buyers, as that wouldn't be positive for anybody. But overall, we've established a design theme. And again, if we're within the setbacks, I think we can make all of this work. And we're open to any suggestions that are helpful rather than derogatory. Anything that's helpful to us, we'll take it and run.
Hey, David, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but let me just comment on what Mr. Foster had mentioned. When he came in and visited staff with the project, we did give him direction that he could submit prototype plans for the plans that he's proposed. So it wasn't that we said you had to submit a specific site plan for each lot. We allowed him to have that flexibility given the fact that these homes are being built on the north side. So it was really that you show us the plans, you show us what you would typically need in terms of the setbacks. And he's showing that he does need some relief from the front setback. But in terms of the other setbacks, the side setbacks, you would still have to comply even if the plans are in concept on the site plan, may not be showing compliance. Before this went for final review, staff would verify that it did meet the setbacks. So that was the direction that staff did give him. And again, if there's specific concerns about the designs and the elevations or the layout of, the homes and things like that, those things that, he can adjust and make revisions to, then we would ensure that those are incorporated. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson.
No, I was just wondering what we were really approving. You just kind of explained that, but I was thinking it might be best once they figure out what house goes on what lot that then individually have to come back, but it doesn't, because we're having a hard time trying to figure out what's going where. And so you're asking us just to kind of give him an approval on what we don't know what we're really approving.
Dan, I think that's
the
a great
basic stuff we already approved for him last time around, as far as the designs of the house, the colors, and all that kind of thing has already been agreed on.
Like heights, overhangs, encroachments, setbacks, different architectural elements.
We can't do that unless we know which lot it's on.
So maybe this should be approached more like we did with Pinnacle, where each individual lot has to get approved by the Architectural Review Committee. And that way we would see the specific setbacks for every lot, the specific situation, the specific building shapes, the specific materials and colors.
I think
I'm
suggesting.
Can I throw out an idea regarding the setbacks? Their request for an 18-foot setback for lots 14, 15, and 17. So I think one way to approach this is to establish the 18-foot setback to the garage and any element of the house on those lots. And that if they have a wall that's 6 feet, that we establish a separate setback that might be 15 feet. And then that would any projections, full height projections, roof overhangs will follow with what is allowed in code, which is I think 3 feet into a setback. But beyond that, that's it. We have a setback for the wall, we have a setback for the building, and we identify specifically lots 14, 15, and 17 for the 18-foot, and then lots 10, 20, and whatever the other one is next to it. We have to look at those and set specific setbacks for those, because those are unusual lot configurations. And otherwise, we're going to be going around and around in circles on what to do with this.
I guess my one question I had in terms of setbacks is if planning has approved the setbacks on these homes, that is a, quantitative assessment. That if I'm not sure we're in a position to question that unless I'm wrong. David?
We have the setbacks are established on the north side, which are 25 feet, because there's no deviations there's no setback reductions.
Right.
Right, so exactly. So the setbacks, the AMM that is being requested, obviously the unusual circumstance here is that it does have the hillside to the south that encroaches onto the lots, which impact the buildable area. So that's essentially the reasoning for reducing the front setbacks.
I like Robert's idea.
Can I add something here, please, Chairman Jakeway?
Sure.
Having us to come back each time would be a reasonable request. It's impossible for me to sell these homes. These are production houses, and then say to the buyer, you have to wait while we go back to the ARC to see if we can build the home we're presenting to you.
I think it's an awesome idea. Then come back with detailed documents that show what this thing's going to look like and what you're proposing.
We already have a development. We already have the community under development.
It's like, hey, we're going to give you some general guidelines on setbacks, and we're going to build ADU units wherever we want on here and overhangs.
The folks that are already waiting for the homes are expecting them to
bring them back individually. Get each one approved individually, or have some really complete set of drawings that explains what you're doing.
I would respectfully request that you not go that direction on these production homes.
Is it possible to just carve out the outliers, the sort of odd ones that we think may be problematic?
Or like show all the potential ADU locations and the overhangs and the setbacks on an overall site plan, property lines, driveways all together on documents that all look the same. One site plan on lot 10 looks the same as another site plan on lot 10. Then, do your homework.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and indicate that, again, we started this in November of last year, and here we are today in July. And we
with drawings that look pretty damn similar to the last time we looked at it.
Well,
in terms of looseness or lack of information.
Well, we did what we presented. We sent it to staff. It's gone back to the ARC members, asked for more information, which we requested. The reality is that just because your interpretation of it is that there's not correct information, well, yes, you're right in one sense, but the reality is that, again, the homes are interchangeable. So what you're looking at today should be the design of the homes and whether they fit and conform to the setbacks.
I disagree. I think it ought to be documented and not in a way that says, hey, just trust us, but in a way that we can verify and see that, like, hey, we've reviewed this and we are comfortable and we really like where this project's going.
Well, then maybe
it's all very clear here. It's all consistent. We've done our homework. Here's our exhibits. We're not going to have ADUs, lined up along the street. We're not going to have overhangs encroaching further out than we suspected, or architectural elements. There's access. We've thought about these things. We've thought these things through, so we understand them. Because we did all our homework and did all the exhibits and went through the exercises for a complete set of drawings, and we're now verifying, not asking for trust. We're verifying that we've thought all these things through. And I feel like it's not that much to ask. We certainly do it.
Well, what you're asking for, Sean, you're asking for, again, site-specific things. And we're not able to do that because we don't know which options people are going to buy, and we don't know what customizations people are going to want. So again, it puts us back to square one. And you have to remember that when we started this process, we followed instructions that were set forth to us. And this is a unique situation. We understand that, but looking at it on an
Then I'll
individual
go-
basis would take 10 years to get this project
Then
done.
I'll go a step further and I'll say then maybe it shouldn't be as loose as, hey, anybody can pick whatever they want and that's what we're gonna build here. Maybe
Well,
it
that's
should be a bit more regulated and we can say, hey, you can do these plans on these lots and these other plans on these lots. And the reasoning for that could be as simply as Dan put it. It's because we don't want to see the same plan or model next to each other or directly across the street from one another. Shouldn't be allowed either. And so there's only it's not a Rubik's Cube. There's only so many different variations we can have. And so if we start with it, then let's add a little more regulation to it so you can get approved and move on. I'm not anxious to keep reviewing this.
Well, again, we've already said that we're not planning on building the same homes across the street from each other or next to each other, but we do have varying elevations to help make a difference within the community, but it's not like any other community where homes are similar across the street or neighboring. So
But that's what you said you're not planning on it. So not planning on it. And you said you're going to encourage the buyers not to do that. Encourage, not planning on. Is it a rule or is it not a rule? That they can or can't build the same thing next to each other across the street.
We can build the same floor plan, but with a different elevation, which we've made clear. And that's why we've made the multiple elevations to make the community look different. And we're happy to accept that as conditions of approval, because that's our intent in the first place.
Okay. Well, give me my thoughts.
Well, myself, I'm not comfortable approving this as submitted. I think there's too many unknowns. I think there's too many what appear to be setback, busting the setback. We don't know where all the property lines are. We don't know where all the walls are. Brian mentioned that the roof overhangs were shown dotted on the floor plans. They're not shown dotted on the floor plans I have. So to try to understand where the roofs are is almost impossible looking at these plans. I just think it's an incomplete submittal.
Well, maybe the best thing to do at this point is set up a subcommittee so we can expedite the plans with the specific documents that you need instead of waiting for these meetings to come up.
I think you guys had heard, I'm gonna argue that one. I don't want to be on a subcommittee and I don't want to work for this project. I want to see thorough drawings that are clear and easy to understand, and don't ask us to trust stuff, but verify that these items have been thought through and you guys figure it out and do it. No, thank you. Already have a job.
Pays you better than this one does.
All right. You know, with 10, 11, and 12, lot 10, you've got the dam wall right there at the backside of the wall. You know, if you would like to put the house with less front yard, that may work, you know, or if you want to push it back and put front loaded pool, you know, come in with something that sells us on what you're doing with this whole corner. You know, this can be a good layout back here, but it takes a little thought, and show us what it is you're actually doing. Where are the setbacks with the elevation changes and a road going in? It just is not clear. So.
And those lots are so unique. I think you might need to tell your potential buyers that you can't put any house in the whole development on those lots. Those have some specific conditions. So the houses that will get approved have some specific layout situations.
Yes, correct.
I would add that I agree with you, Chairman. Also, the others have talked about lots 10, 11, and 12. Those are the lots that are the least amount interchangeable. You're correct.
And the plans we're showing are what we're suggesting there. Actually, they're the only ones that we would offer because they wouldn't fit otherwise.
I mean, do we have an issue with ones beyond those three that are significant?
I think just some of the setback issues with the shade structures. Lot 13, it looks like there's a setback issue with the corner of the building. If you look on the engineering drawing on C 1.0 on lot 13, they show it literally touching the side property line and still not having enough front yard setback. So I think because the cul-de-sac cuts into that lot so dramatically, that will be one that might also need something that's more customized or modified.
So I think I have a lot more questions on the ADU stuff, but I feel like I can't quite ask them because I can't quite see where they're being proposed or how I mean, some of them are obvious. They look a little oversimplified. And if they're going to be lining the street there, then I think that ought to be shown on the street facade. And I think if you're going to allow people to put these tied up to the front yard setback in your development that you're proposing, then that's your choice. But you need to show us what that's going to look like, or don't allow that on the front setback. Maybe they have to be in the side or the rear yards. But
also with ADUs, one of your plans does not show cooking facilities, and that's required in an ADU. Also, by code, you're required to have an extra parking space for an ADU. You can use the street in front of your property as that parking space if you can legally park there. But if this is a fire lane and you can't park there, then I don't know how you're going to justify your parking requirements. Now, I think though that you're using the wrong term. If these are built at the same time of the building and they're built within the setbacks, to me, it's just a casita or just a guest room in the building. It's truly an ADU, and that might simplify your process through that. If they could be approved.
That's correct, Tom. They're guest houses, not ADUs. The word ADU was requested, so that's why we used it. So we look at it as a guest house. In fact, on the north side of the street, the Plan 3 has a guest house under the same overhang that the model has. And that's what we're proposing on Plans 3 and 4.
I noticed that when I was out there today, and that's why I say it's a part of the building. It's not a separate unit. So that verbiage might make the process easier.
Yes, correct. Agreed.
So I'm kind of stumped to know where we go from here. As I said before, in my mind, I'm not at the place where I could vote to approve this, but I'm certainly open to listen to other people's suggestions. Oh, and I will go back to one thing, to a comment that Mr. Lyle made about the building heights. I totally agree with him. Because you're looking up to the mountain from these, the fact that the house next door is a little higher than what would normally be allowed is mitigated by the fact that you're looking up, and some landscaping along the property lines will make those fences and walls go away. So I don't, that height issue doesn't bother me anymore.
Thank you.
Okay, so Chair, you have the ability to have a motion. This is the second time the AAC has reviewed the project. So you can have a motion to approve as submitted. You can deny the project, and then the applicant would be able to appeal to the Planning Commission, or you could approve with conditions.
Can we approve with conditions that lots 10, 11, 12, 13 are not approved and they need to come back, but the other lots are approved?
Yes, you could do that. So you could set a standard setback along the south side of the street or from the garage, like was mentioned. The ADU terminology cleaned up, and then the walls at 15 feet back at 6 feet tall, which is the standard wall height for the rest of the city.
I think what needs to be clarified, though, is, as I mentioned on the Unit 2 plan, on the one side of the, I guess it's between the garage and the entry courtyard, there is a wall that projects forward of the garage. And if that plan shows up on lots 14, 15 in particular, and maybe 17 as well, we're requesting an 18-foot reduction in the front yard setback to 18 feet. I think we need to be clear about what we do with that wall that projects forward, and whether that's to be set at 18 feet or whether we actually allow it to encroach into the 18-foot front yard setback.
Well, I think that's an element that they can modify, because looking at the roof plan, it is not capturing the edge of any roof. It's just projecting out from the front of the building. So I think they just need to look at some of the refinements on these.
But I think we need to be clear about what it means to have a front yard setback.
Yeah, I kind of think so too, but I want to encourage them to just flatten the facade by holding the garage to the 18 face of the wall adjacent to the garage at 18 feet, and then just start lopping off articulation or roof overhang. You know, like that plan 2 exhibit on page 2 shows a potential site plan with 18-foot mark to the, what I presume is a roof overhang, or that's just the front setback.
So that is a buildable lot area. The garage is actually 21 feet back.
In 21 feet, they were counting on some projection into or up to that 18-foot setback.
Right, they can project into the front yard setback with a roof overhang.
Well, on lot 15, if they do Unit 2 in there, that's not a 21-foot. That's not a 21-foot setback to the garage. That's 18 feet, because of the way the curb goes.
Correct. I see that.
Yeah.
Which page are we on?
Tough to say, because I got to keep toggling back to figure out, because most of these overall site plans don't even show lot numbers.
I'm looking. Let me just see where I am. I'm looking at the overall pages, and it's page 8, which is shows the site plan with houses on it.
And which lot,
A lot of
Robert?
explanation to figure out what we're looking at and what we're trying to decide on.
And which lot, Robert?
Lot 15.
15.
And that
You
was
go
one of
dig
the ones
through
that I
the
was
site plans to figure out which one that is.
Yeah, lot 15, I'm looking at it now on page 8. That has an 18-foot garage setback, and that's one of the lots that has the curved area. So I see what you're saying. So that one does have the architectural projection into the beyond the 18-foot, and that's what you're getting at, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But that's also where the toe of the hill is the closest to the street. You know, those are the lots that have the least depth.
Yeah, correct. Those are the tricky ones. I think we have a plan here. Let me just see which page it is showing that. It's page 16. Excuse me. That's no.
Bingo.
Yeah, the page 16 doesn't show the actual street edge.
Yeah, that's the plan. One though. Let's see here, 17. And 2. Okay.
Are you still looking for this site plan, Brian?
Yeah, I'm just looking at all of them quickly here so I can give you a better estimation of where this would land on all of these. The plan 2, if we go to the site plan on page 2A. Alan's showing that on page 58. And that shows, Robert, that's probably the best document that we can look at. That shows about a 30 to 36 inch projection beyond the 18-foot setback for the architectural feature.
Okay.
And
I don't know. My pages aren't numbered that way, so I don't.
Neither am I. I didn't follow that at all. I don't have a
Brian, you're
58
looking
page
at
document
sheet
here.
A11. Is it sheet A11?
A20 on plan 2.
So it's in the A2A packet, and it's sheet A1.1. Is that right? Or A20?
A20 is what I'm looking at. And that shows a very good representation of those tight constrained lots. And I think that's showing it on that lot actually, which is 14 and 15. That's the plan 2. So it shows that
is a floor plan, doesn't show a site plan at all.
Are you able to see the plan I'm showing now?
Yes.
So this is the area you're talking about, Robert, right? This projection here.
Yes.
Yep. Well, there's 2 actually, one at each. There's one on the off the bedroom 3 bathroom. Well.
Here.
But the dashed line, Robert, is the 18-foot setback. So the only area that's projecting is that architectural element that's connected to the garage and the front entry.
Right, which on the elevation is a nice element. So I mean, I don't think you want to necessarily get rid of it, but I think in that case we need to establish a hard line setback for those substandard lots, and you need to work your unit so that it fits that. So if we say 18 feet, it means to the face of that projection.
Yeah, or my understanding was that the driveway was to be 18 feet, not the other elements within the design, because that's what we've been doing on all the other hillside projects, were to maintain the 18-foot at the driveway, not necessarily on an entry feature or other elements of the structure.
Well, I think that's up to the conditions that we approve, how we define it.
Right, correct. But on that lot, it's a good example with the rockfall mitigation where we could just be pinned and backed into a corner on it. And, again, it's a small house. The house is like 2,500 square feet.
Well, I think a big uncertainty is this rockfall mitigation. I think you need to get that more hammered down, because that could totally blow all of this out of the water.
No, we've already done that with the engineer. We need 20 feet from the toe of slope on average. So it'll be 20 feet or less, depending on which mitigation course we take, which Alan mentioned earlier.
But that doesn't define to me then what the rockfall setback is. You need to show us what mitigation effect you're going to use so that we'll know what the setback has to be.
Again, that would have to be up to the engineers when it comes time to create a grading plan and drainage plan and things like that. So we don't know now. So we're just saying that we got 20 foot would be the zone, but that will vary from lot to lot. Some might be less. And there might be other mitigation requirements that they come up with, maybe a higher impact wall, for example, if we want to move closer to the slope or the toe of the slope. We're trying to not do the impact walls, if at all possible.
Well, it might have been helpful that to know what the options are more clearly, that if you needed an impact wall that's 5 feet high, or it's wherever it is located, that you can reduce that rockfall area to 10 feet or 15 feet. Right now, it's undefined for us. And it's hard for us to really approve it without understanding what the options are and what the consequences are.
Yeah, it's understandable, but it's the same with us. It's not clear to us at this point either, because we don't have an approval from the ARC. So we need to go to the engineering at the next stage. Right now, it would just be based on what the soils engineer would potentially recommend based on which plan would go on a specific lot. So for example, the decision was to arrive at 20 feet, which could be natural rockfall. And if we have to create a berm, that would be an option, and maybe a 3 foot depression at the toe of the slope as well, with a 3 foot berm on the opposite side. So there's other things, because again, we're trying to work around installing a block wall, if that makes sense.
And an additional item that might affect that is your pool safety fencing requirement. None of those lots have pool fencing on the south side of the lot, and I think by code, it's probably required.
Yeah, and if the building department enforces that, then that would probably be, most people tend to, in these hillside type applications, tend to do the approved multiple devices, the alarm, and a temporary removable fence. If it's permanent, it could be a tube steel fence. But again, the natural beauty of the hillside, we don't want to take away from that if we don't have to.
So the more we talk, the more we come up with uncertainty and questions.
In all due respect, there's still a lot of approvals for each house that have to be obtained from building and engineering and so on. If you set conditions, then they can take it from there and we can move on.
Mr. Chair, what the committee might do is, as you've identified for Plan 2, you have the setback shown as 21 feet from the curb to the face of the garage, and it's roughly a 3 foot projection into that 18 foot area. Obviously, the toe of slope may impact where the house is relative to that setback, but if you want to establish that the minimum garage setback is 21 or 20, and they can project into that area with unhabitable area that would be acceptable to the committee, that's fine as well. And then we can address the specific issues relative to rockfall mitigation on each lot, but the applicant would have to adhere to the setback that was approved by the committee.
Well, what I'd like to start a discussion with then is that it's a minimum 18 foot setback to the garage door. The driveways have to be a minimum of 18 feet from the curb, not from the property line necessarily, or the property line, whichever is greater. Architectural projections that do not include any usable space can be can intrude into the setback on a case-by-case basis. I think lots 13, 10, 11, 12, 13 should be held out of this approval, and they need to come back with a very specific layout showing driveway location, property line locations, garden wall locations, auxiliary buildings, be they sunshades or ADUs or whatever, and all the setbacks from the streets indicated. So it's a very specific plan that gives us all the information that we would need.
Well, this is a question for staff. Since this is our second review, do we have the option to have them come back for lots 10, 11, and 12?
If the applicant is willing to come back, which it sounds like they are willing to make a revision to those lots to address some of the issues relative to inconsistencies and the specific questions on setbacks, I think that would be acceptable.
Okay.
David, can I ask a question on that?
Yes.
Can it be done in a informal way so we don't have to wait so long for the next meetings?
That would be up to the committee's purview. Or the committee's discretion.
Well, I philosophically agree with Sean that the members of the committee are not the designers of this project. So I think we need to see what the developer and his design team wants to build on those lots. So involving us in the design process, I don't think is appropriate here.
I was requesting that we just avoid the formal review and submit and review it internally.
Meaning more like a subcommittee?
Sure, or whatever, just to where we don't have to schedule it so far out. And we're coming up on August before you know it. And I think this process is dark the month of August, correct?
Right.
So
David, have we done that before where where we do a kind of a in-house review of the plan, and it's not a subcommittee working on the design, it's just the committee members? Can we even do that? Maybe via Zoom or emails, review it in at a different schedule?
You certainly can hold a special meeting if you wanted the full body to review it. But you know, we can hold a special meeting if that's the committee's preference.
Because if we do that, do we have to notify the public and, you know, have all the posting and all that? That's the issue.
Yes, we would have, if it was to be heard in August, it would have to be a special meeting that was noticed in advance.
Okay.
And David, a subcommittee arrangement would not be permitted?
It doesn't sound like the committee would prefer to go that route. It is an option, but if the committee is not willing to do so, then it would have to be the full body. So, Chair, I have that from your recommendations, the 18-foot minimum to curb or property line to garage is required, as well as architectural projections may be approved on a case-by-case basis. In this case, we would review it based on the lot and the projections shown on the plans. And then lastly, lots 10 through 13 should return to the full committee.
And with all the specific pieces of information that I mentioned on those 4 lots, including grades, drainage, driveway pitch and slope. Because all that's going to have to be done at some point in time. So if nothing else, we need to make sure that these are buildable.
Is that a motion?
Well, that was just my thoughts. Should it be the motion?
Yes,
Yes.
So if I make that as a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. David, could you write up that motion and email it to me tomorrow, just so we can make sure it's saying exactly what we want it to say?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I say one thing, Tom and all? Thanks for trying to help make this work. We definitely appreciate it.
Sure, Brian. Thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Are we ready to go to item number 4, or do we need to take a little break, 5 minutes?
I need a break.
Okay, we're going to take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7:30.
This meeting is being recorded.
Okay, it is 7. Are we ready?
Yep.
7:33 p.m. and the Architectural Review Committee is back into session. Under unfinished business, item number 4, Jackson, Maine Architecture on behalf of MWB Palm Springs LLC for a major architectural application to construct a 61,658 square foot self-storage facility with a 912 square foot leasing office on a 3.55 acre undeveloped parcel located at 890 North Venatri Trail. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Chair and the members of the ARC. Let me share my screen. Okay. This is a project for a proposed self-storage facility on a vacant parcel on the trail. As you may recall, the ARC reviewed this project back in April, and at the time, the ARC voted unanimously for continuation.
Robert, I think your phone is getting feedback.
Is it?
Yeah, it was getting, some feedback from it. Is there a way that we can mute it while the presentation is going?
So as I mentioned, this project was reviewed by the ARC back in April, and at the time, the committee voted unanimously for continuation due to some design concerns. Since the April 4th meeting, the applicant has revised the plans to incorporate the comments that were provided by the ARC. And at the meeting, the ARC found some issues in the following areas. The outdoor lighting, particularly light temperature and the pole light fixture height, the garage door screening on the south elevation, and the roof overhang on the north elevation and its relation to the rest of the building design, and the general comments on the building design, which included the color of garage doors, a lack of cohesive design on the building elevations, design treatment between the corner buildings on Gene Archery Trail frontage, and landscape screening, the recent residential development. The applicants submitted elevations just to show what was previously proposed and what's being changed. So the elevation at the bottom is what was previously proposed. And for the revision, applicant has made the elevation treatment, changes to the elevation treatment. And now the previously proposed a solid wall between the corner building has been broken up. The applicant's proposing the installation of a canopy in the midsection for visual continuity with the corner buildings, and to differentiate and to add the architectural details, the applicant is proposing the installation of the bit or green mesh structure to be installed for climbing plants. In addition to these changes, the proposed light fixture has been changed from the wall packs to a more decorative kind. And this is a north elevation, and this is the elevation that faces a loading area. And the ARC previously provided comments with regards to the height of the canopy and the gap that's created between the canopy and the building in the back. As you see here, the color of the garage door has been changed from blue to light brown and kind of dark beige color. And the solid canopy design has been changed to tiered, more stepping canopy design. And overall building height has been reduced. So the gap that you used to see here, based on the first submission, has been omitted here. And this is a treatment of the south elevation. Again, the garage door color has been changed. And you cannot see in this rendering, but the applicant's proposing the installation of additional trees along the south property line to provide a bit of screening. And this is the east elevation. In addition to the garage door color, the applicant is proposing to install the vertical CMU pilasters for accent to address the horizontal profile of the building so that the redundancy of the design can be reduced. And then additionally, the color of the background has been changed here. And as you see in the packets that you received from the planning division, you see these renderings that applicant prepared to show how the designs has been changed since the initial submission. And in addition to design changes to the articulation of the building, the applicant is also proposing additional plant materials, which are shown on the submitted landscape plan. This is just to show how the landscape design has changed since the initial submission. And as you see here, the revision shows an increase in the amount of trees on the north and the east elevation, as well as the installation of additional materials on the south elevation. And the applicant is proposing to create a new planting bed by the exit onto North Gene Artery Trail. Based on the information that the applicant has provided, the revision shows a tree density increase by 75% and 63 for the overall site. With regards to the comments about outdoor lighting, the applicant has reduced the light temperature from the previously proposed 4,500 Kelvin to 3,000 and 3,500 according to the comments that's provided by the ARC. And then also the light fixture height has been reduced from the previously proposed 25 feet to 18 feet. The staff finds that the revision shows some corrections to incorporate ARC's comments. The revision shows improved articulation of the west / North Gene Artery Trail elevation, improved the canopy design on the north elevation, additional landscape screening, and the desert neutral garage door color, and lower the building height, and the changes to the light temperature and the pole light height. The revision also shows that the previously proposed Mexican farm, the North Gene Artery Trail frontage has been changed to a Queen Farm. The staff finds that the major thoroughfares are commonly landscaped with the Mexican farm and or California farm farm, and such plant materials are a better compatibility, will show the better compatibility and aesthetic value compared to Queen Palm. So that staff is recommending that the Queen Palm to be replaced with the Mexican farm palm or California farm palm. And the changing the Queen Palm to Mexican or California farm palm will not really alter the nature of the project. So based on these findings, the staff is recommending the Architecture Review Committee to approve the proposed project subject to the conditions of approval included in the draft resolution. which include the replacement of green palm with Mexican farm palm or California farm palm on the Gene Archery Trail frontage. This concludes the staff presentation, and the applicant is here this evening if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Noriko. Does anybody on the committee have questions for staff? Okay, let's have the applicant give us your name, and you have 10 minutes to present your project.
Hi, my name is Dirk. Well, thank you, committee, and my name is Dirk McCullough with Jackson, Maine Architecture. In the interest of being brief, I don't have a lot to add to what planner Noriko presented. I wanted to, I guess, emphasize a couple other things on the canopy, the loading canopy on the north facade. Not only did we break it up into 3 tiers, well, 2 tiers, kind of flanking tiers and a higher center tier, but we also reduced the extent of it significantly. Before it covered, really the bulk of the north facade, and we've really pared that back. And then I wanted to speak just real quickly to the flipping pages here. Well, and I guess staying on that for a moment, previously in the initial submittal, we had pretty straightforward just columns and steel columns supporting that. If you look at sheet A 3.10 of the packet, there's a rendering in the lower left-hand corner of that. And you'll see that we've added some architectural interest to that canopy with kind of more substantial column elements that are at a slight angle to pick up on the angle of the roof. So just kind of speaking to the industrial nature of the zoning and the function of the building, and just bringing some more architectural interest to that element. And then likewise, as we looked at the east elevation, Noriko mentioned the pilasters, the kind of the CMU pilasters, but that you'll see that language is continued around the building, whether it be in CMU pilasters or on the west facade, with stucco elements that were there before, but they stopped previously at a cast in place stem wall. We've extended those to the ground to create this rhythm and language of the vertical pilasters to tie the building together. And we took more effort in the renderings to depict some of the landscaping, and added, as Noriko noted, a substantial number of trees in response to comments and concerns by the committee before. So I think you'll find that well represented in the packet that you have in front of you. Other than that, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I don't have much more to add. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. First, I'd like to compliment the applicant. It's a really nice revision. I think you listened to us and came back with something that is much more appropriate than your first submittal.
Great, thank you.
Any questions for the applicant from staff? From the committee? I have it's kind of a comment and a question. If you look on your sheet L 1.3, there's a parking lot shade calculation table. 797 square feet of shade area is accomplished by landscaping, 2,400 square feet by the shade canopy. And most of that shade canopy is over the loading dock. So I don't really think you could classify that as providing shade for the parking lot. I would sure like to see at least 2 landscape bays in each of the long parking aisles for the RVs. So yes, you would lose 4 RV spaces, but I think that would have a substantial effect on softening the project. Is that something that's possible?
I'll go out on a limb. I don't know if Jim, if you want to speak up, Jim's on the client is on the call.
Yeah, I would say that's doable.
Okay,
great, thank you.
Yeah, I can see. This is Colleen Nolan. I'm the landscape architect.
Tom, I have a.
Sorry, my video is not working, but I can see there's a few spots where we could, potentially add those parking fingers that can be landscaped and add some additional shade areas. I think what we were thinking is that the shade calculation comes from the parking area specifically, for if that's more of people come in, park for a few minutes, before they come in and drop off their stuff. So I think that's how I interpreted the shade calculations for just those parking spaces alone. So that's where that calculation came from.
Well, I can see where you come from that, because if you're not moving your RVs in and out, the fact that they're getting heated isn't going to be the biggest issue. I just look at it in this case as an aesthetic improvement to the project.
Okay.
And to clarify, Mr. Jakeway, you mentioned two on the north and two on the east, two on kind of each row. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I think
And I have
that's
a question.
doable.
Okay, I have a question for Tom Dosey, who's on our committee. Tom, on the green screens, they're proposing a type of Rosa Banks Day, Lady Banks Rose. I believe that's what's on the green screens.
Right.
Those are facing due west. Is that an appropriate material, or is there something that you would recommend from your desert experience that might be more appropriate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that plant in certain exposures would do fine, but with that west sun, there's other recommendations that I think would give them a more solid base for the green screen. Caliandra would be a good choice that would fill in very solid on the green screen and can actually handle the south and west exposures.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I also had a question for the architect or landscape architect. Is the bioswale something that's required as part of the engineering stormwater management, or is it part of a design element?
That is part of the stormwater management system.
So
we have made an effort to make it more design oriented. Before our initial passes it was just a straight linear feature. We've given it some soft kind of meandering to make it a little bit more visually interesting, but fundamentally it is a stormwater management item.
Okay, so versus dry wells or under parking baffles and so forth, this is one of the solutions that's been introduced for.
Yeah, part of the solution. There are also some underground storm cells, but this is part of the solution.
Okay, and then in terms of the presentation, there was the discussion about California fan palms versus the Mexican fan palms. It would be my recommendation that California fan palms, the Washingtonia foliifera, be used. It's much sturdier out in the wind conditions that prevail out there. And I think versus the heights that were called out on the plan being uniform, that you could use a variety of heights.
Okay.
And groupings.
And I'm going to interrupt a second. I got a little bit ahead of myself and forgot to ask for public comment. Is there anybody in the waiting room who has a public comment on this particular project? Okay, so we'll move ahead with committee questions for the applicant. Any other committee members have questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'll ask.
John McCoy.
Thank you. This does look much better, and I think your lighting is a big improvement. I think I brought it up last time about time of use. Are you willing to look at these fixtures, and at least on the east and on the sides that are exposed to residential, are you willing to use time of use controls to reduce the quantity of light during closing hours? After 10, when you close, it can reduce down to 30 or 50%. You can even have motion detectors on them that should somebody come in, they pop back on and give you the security lighting that you desire.
Yes, absolutely. We can do that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. Oh, one last on your F05. Can I ask you to add an external glare shield? It's just EGS on your code. Just again, little assistance for those residences back behind you to help tone it down.
Sorry, could you say again, Mr. McCoy, it was the
Your-
FO5 fixture?
Yeah, is it the Cobra head style?
Yeah, oh, got it, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a glare shield.
Oh, got it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other committee comments?
Couple questions.
Sean?
What are the window frames and the glazing being proposed?
It's aluminum storefront frames.
What color?
Oh, bronze anodized, dark bronze. Let me check that. Hold on. I can't remember if it's dark or medium bronze. Let me go to my other sheet here. Medium bronze anodized. And then just clear glazing.
And then what's on the masonry on the west elevation? There's some type of metal screening in some places.
Are you talking about the green screens?
Is that what those are?
Yeah, those are the green screen panels that would support the climbing plants that are kind of on the two flanking elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are green screen.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What type of masonry is that they're on there?
It's a smooth face CMU.
Which one is that on?
It's the
CMU1?
Yeah, CMU1, which is it's called white, a very unimaginative name.
With a burnished face?
Correct.
My sheet L 1.4 should show those green screens with the vines growing up.
Gotcha. Hey, where is so the cast in place, is that what's beneath concrete base, the stem walls there?
Yeah, so that runs underneath both at kind of all those elements on North Gene Entree Trail, kind of under the storefront at the corner elements, in the center element, it's underneath those lighter stucco panels. And again, letting the darker stucco panels continue down as those vertical pilasters, and then underneath the CMU at those flanking elements. And you see a similar treatment again at the southeast corner of the building where the leasing office is.
Which elevation is that?
You can see it in the south elevation, far right-hand side. Sheet A0, or sorry, 3.04.
I got it here. And you say smooth finish, so how's that formed?
Oh, they're just I call for, oh no, I'm not going to think of it. Well, back in the day we used to call it sacking. There's a more modern product now. There's just a sealer now that we call for. That's troweled on afterwards. It just gives it a smooth finish.
So it's cast in place concrete and then sacked over.
Correct.
With a equal same color concrete.
Yeah, it's a natural looking, a concrete natural looking finish, but smooth, so you don't see the form.
Why are you sacking over the concrete? I'm just curious.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Why do you want to sack over that concrete?
I don't always like the way that the formed concrete looks. Like if we're not using like a board, a truly board formed concrete, you get these little seams sometimes, and the tie, the tie rods and stuff if they're not done just right. So I like the smooth, kind of clean look of that sacked concrete in this instance. There are other instances where we'll use a board formed concrete or call for that.
Got a couple questions on the landscape also. Yeah, I don't know if they're actually, it's probably just up for discussion with the team. That's probably the end of my questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for Robert?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, all right. So I remember one of the comments from the time you were here before related to the storefront windows on the southwest corner. And it says on your plan, a display corridor. What do you have planned? Because I think the comment was, it's not going to be that nice to look at a bunch of garage doors through those windows.
Yeah, what it's, you see through to the interior of the building. There are storage doors in there, but it's an active corridor that, that connects to the rest of the building. It's not just a dead display area. It's an active corridor. But it does
Okay.
show the interior of the building, and there are storage doors within there, because that's really what's in the interior of the building. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from staff? I mean, from the committee? Dirk, thank you very much. Stay available in case we have any questions. We're going to discuss the project.
Absolutely, I'll be here.
Committee comments?
I'll start, Mr. Chairman.
Tom.
On sheet, it's A3.10. And they show on the perspective view, says perspective looking northeast from corner of Tamarisk Road and North Gene Autry Trail. And I think, that area has always kind of been problematic, especially how open it is with the Desert Sun driveway and so forth as you're traveling north on Gene Autry. And I feel that if you look at the perspective where they have the SUV kind of blocking the 3 garage doors, I think those 3 bays there are creating a problem because they have to run the driveway down there, and there's no real good way that I see that they're screening those. And had that kind of office look facade wrapped further around, if there was a way that they could pick those 3 spaces up someplace else and wrap that facade around the corner more, I think it would just give a much better appearance, as you are driving north on Gene Autry. I think it also shows up on A3.11 on the aerial perspective looking north. But it just seems those last 3 that they're trying to get in there seem to really, to be exposed so much right at that intersection. And that's
Tom, picking up on your comment, and this might be a question for the applicant, on the landscape plan L1.1, just to the left of these 3 doors that Tom is talking about, there's a large rectangular piece of driveway and then a gray, I assume it's a sidewalk going out. Is that rectangular piece of driveway necessary that's to the left of where the 3 doors are? Could that become landscaping that would create this screening that Tom is asking about?
This is Dirk again. We're right at our limits. So from a fire access standpoint, down to have full coverage on that west facade, the Gene Autry Trail facade. That's what's kind of set that the extent of that driveway, and we're right at that limit. So I suppose unless we could get some relief from the fire marshal, the fire department, but that's obviously a different conversation.
Right.
I have added 3 trees along that south edge. Is that where you're talking about?
I'm sorry, Colleen, I didn't quite understand what you said.
I've added 3 trees along that south facade. I mean, actually more than 3 trees, but in that same area where,
oh yeah,
it'll be visible, as you're driving, north on Gene Autry. There's 2 palm trees, and then there's 3 along the drive aisle that, between the Desert Sun and us.
Right. Yeah, I think all those trees along that passage between Desert Sun and you were not on the previous plan, if I remember.
Right.
Correct.
Those
Yeah,
are
we did take pains to add a fair amount of trees and lower plantings along that area in particular.
Okay. Tom, any other questions?
No, I agree with you. If they could review that to see if that could just be shortened up, that stub that goes out towards the west there, even if it was 5 or 10 feet, would really help that corner and give a better opportunity to hide those doors.
Yeah, and I would think there's an opportunity because that is definitely not a turnaround for a fire truck. The fire truck would still have to back out and go out that emergency exit. So there might be some chance to make it smaller.
Mr. Chair, what we might also add, what we might also require is an 8-foot high wall instead of the 6-foot high wall that's shown.
And where's that, Mr. Null, on which prep?
So if you go to sheets, I think the perspective that shows it.
Are you referring to a property line wall?
A3.11. Actually, that might be that's the other corner of the building.
That's the opposite. That's the east side of the building, I think. Are you looking at the lower right-hand corner there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the opposite end of the building, or opposite corner of the building.
So that 8-foot wall is not on the property, it's back inside of the development where you control the access, where the 2 stop markers are shown on the landscape plan L1.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Any other comments from the committee?
What is that sidewalk, right where we're talking about?
To the left of where we're just.
Right, yeah. Is that sidewalk?
At the southwest corner?
Yes.
Yeah, what's the purpose?
We're required to provide kind of pedestrian connectivity from the site back to the public sidewalk, the public right of way. So that's what that sidewalk is.
Okay, so there's a requirement.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? We have a motion.
I thought, let's have a discussion.
Let's have a discussion. I'm sorry, Sean.
Yeah. Just a couple, I don't know if it was questions for the applicant, so I thought we'd kick this around together, but as a couple of items here along the west side of the building and the landscape areas there, seems like they've all gone to, not all, but there's quite a few palm trees along there, and it would be nice to see some more dictated heights, some minimums and maximums there, and potentially even slightly less palm trees or more tightly grouped palm trees and a bit more other broader canopy trees along there to help screen that building. And when I say along there, I mean along that west side, both plantings on either side of that sidewalk, when there's some areas where it opens up further. And I can't remember if we talked about that last time, but it seems like that might be appropriate and helpful in screening the building. I was a little worried about the palm trees being proposed because I think they have a tendency, especially if they're Mexican fan palms, to get very tall, lanky, and not do much to screen that building at all.
Right. I think that's why we had specified the queen palms, because they're a little bit more in scale with the building rather than, next door, where, because it is a single story building, and next door at the Desert Sun, it's a bulkier building, and they can have all those palm trees in the front there, and it's in proportion versus ours, suddenly you'll be looking at just
that queen palm though has been a real hit or miss plant for us out here, and tends not to look or even feel or be a part of like the native landscape out here. So it's been problematic. And when I say hit or miss between whether it looks healthy and vibrant or not. And most of the time it's been a miss with that particular type of plant.
I'll offer one other bit on the, so we've got this 25-foot setback with this meandering trail. That's part of the frontage requirement. On the the street side of that, there is there's a utility easement, and there's a bunch of underground utilities in there. So that's why you don't see bigger plantings on that side of the trail, the offside, the right-of-way side of the trail. because there's a whole out of 3 or 4 different, utilities running underground. So we're somewhat limited. So we did all of our proposed trees on our side, if you will, of that meandering trail to avoid those trees or the underground utilities. But that does limit us a little bit as far as because initially I would have preferred to have some on either side of that trail, but the utility easement makes that
So that's a good point. I see what you're saying. And right around the apex of that curve where the sidewalk gets the furthest from Gene Autry, and based on, that's going to bring me to another item here, is like your plant sizes. So right where that apex is, so again, the furthest point of that sidewalk from the face of the curb. I wonder if though there's not the ability to add some smaller trees, smaller size trees when they get planted anyway. But a species that's not going to uproot the sidewalk itself. And going back to the plant sizes, a lot of these look on the shrubs and the trees, they look kind of small. And what I worry about out there is kind of a harsh environment and the direction they're facing west and the prevailing winds from the northwest, that these sizes are still calling out. Many of these are 1 gallons, 5 gallons, and particularly like with that climbing material that I think now you may be suggested that we change from that Lady Banks rose to something else. But I wonder if these sizes can be increased, trees and shrubs, with a variety of sizes for a more natural look. So it'd be like, take a tree, for example, there's a few 24-inch box and a few 36 or 36s and 48s. And it would be nice to see like multi-trunks called out, not standards. I would say no standards, all multi-trunk possible. For a more natural look.
Yeah, typically, well, it depends on, what tree you're talking about, but sometimes the multi-trunk can look, can be a little on the scrawny side when they're installed. And sometimes you get better material when it's a standard, just depending on what tree it is. But we can take a look at that. And, looking at the CAD file right now, there is an SCE easement that goes right through there that even at that kind of the widest spot, for the parkway area, to try to shoehorn in a tree in there and, still stay away from the easement there might be a little problematic, but we can, take a look at that a little bit closer.
I don't think you're required to stay out of the easement. I think you're required to stay away from the lines themselves. So it would just would be great if we could call dig alert, get that staked out, and there was enough room there to plant some material on the other side.
Okay.
For a layered effect.
I think we can absolutely look at it. Yeah, I'm looking at my little printout here, and the SCE line is quite close to the the project side, if you will, of that easement. Within, I mean, at least as it's surveyed, right? They're not. So, but Colleen, I bet we could find a smallish tree or something that could fit in there.
Right.
That's got a relatively non-aggressive root kind of structure.
Right. And then how far does that have to be from the sidewalk, so that when people are walking along the sidewalk, they're not going to be, dodging the canopy, I guess, of the tree?
I'm having a little trouble hearing you, Colleen.
Oh, sorry. If we install trees along that parkway area there, how far away from the sidewalk do they need to be so that they're not, I guess when people are walking along the sidewalk, they're not getting, brushed in the face with the lower canopy?
Yeah, well, I think, I mean, what I would think would be a good rule of thumb, you'd have to verify with the city, but like a planning or an ADA requirement where if there's a projection from the sidewalk or the plane of the sidewalk below 7 feet, that would kind of be a no-no.
Okay.
Mr. Lockyer, I'm sure we can find something, maybe something that's a little more columnar in its form, or something that maybe doesn't spread as much, but does provide some screening and that would be appropriate for that, that kind of limited space we have. Would that address
Or
your?
or a
concern?
flatter species. There's lots of trees
Yep.
we use, but you know, when you pull them out of the nursery or something, they're just a bit flatter on one dimension than they are on
Yeah.
another.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
Yeah,
I think
and-
columnar, I don't know, it would do the trick of the layering we're trying to achieve here.
Understood.
And you could also look for the proper box size, but some of the nurseries, you could specify, you know, higher branching if they're going to be within 6 or 8 feet of the sidewalk.
Okay.
Sean, did you have anything else?
So the glazing also, I wonder if we can present a clear, I'm sorry, not a clear glazing, but something with a bit more tint to it. You show kind of an aqua, which I'm sure was maybe just part of your software for the rendering, but something that aligns a little better with the color of the building, or something that might even help obscure that interior, like John was concerned about with what's going on in the interior. We don't really want to see that, need to see it. And I think even some solar control would help. So not a clear glazing, but like something with more of a tint to it. And
Yeah, we could do that.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
The color of the concrete also architecturally, I don't, I appreciate where you're going with it and trying to enhance the building, but it feels a little odd when I look at the elevation. Let's just go look at those for a minute. So like A305 as an example. I think I appreciate that there's a difference in material here, but I don't quite understand why and why it's gray. And then you said it's being sacked over, and pretty familiar with that. And I don't like, why do that? I don't quite get the just standard gray concrete, cast in place concrete stem walls, or the expense of it without celebrating that material in some way. Maybe with its color or the formwork, or not use it and sack over the masonry itself. You know, continue masonry. It just feels a little odd to see the gray band at the bottom. Almost like it, I don't know, unfinished, or started to go a direction with it, but didn't quite finish thinking it through.
I hear you. I guess I like it as an architectural element. I like that it grounds the building. I think the concrete, I really like natural concrete. And so it speaks to the industrial nature of, again, the zone and the use. And for me, I guess my experience with the sacking, or forgetting the trade name that I usually specify, is that it ends up looking very much like natural concrete. I mean, that's the finished product. So it is still celebrating that material. But for me, removing some of the imperfections that you might get with, you know, if the formwork's not laid up properly, things like that. So that's where I'm coming from, but I hear you. And the reason I guess we continued it underneath the CMU portions, it was, again, I was trying to establish some continuity of these elements around, you know, especially around the west side, and again around the southeast corner, to tie those portions of the building together.
Quick, one more question. I don't think the signage is up for review here at all. Is that correct?
Correct. This is just a depiction. Yeah.
Okay. So it's still one more thing though. The wall pack. So sconces were changed on the west side. Is there a reason why the lighting can't be enhanced a bit on the south and north side? Which is, to me, it's pretty visible going up and down the street, which is something I was saying at the last time we reviewed this.
Those more decorative sconces don't throw quite as much light, and from a safety and security standpoint, and even an operational standpoint, in low light times, a little bit more light is needed. So that's part of it. We're still proposing a cutoff fixture so there's not a lot of glare, and they're dark sky compliant.
Yeah. Walk me through that though. On that page, which is A3.21, your lighting cut sheet, there's about 6 of them there. Is it the on the north and south facades attached to the building above that 10-foot mark? Is it this F0? Sorry, go ahead. F01.
Yeah, the F01. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they'll be in a color that that complements the other fixtures and is relatively understated.
That's the fixture that's 4,000 Kelvin is what you highlighted, but the others are 3.
Right.
Sorry.
Sorry, can I make a comment on that? It looks like on their specification, the F01-CCT-30K, which would be the 3,000. So I think they did get that.
And on that EP 301 sheet, the photometric sheet, it is also noted as a 3K.
Oh, so it is a typo on this sheet we're looking
Yeah,
at.
on that other, on the cut sheet, it's a typo.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we brought all the lighting, temperatures down to, between 3,000 and 3,500 for your guys' comments earlier. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. I think also if we are enhancing the landscaping along Gene Autry, there certainly is an opportunity to also enhance the landscape lighting. And that might give us some of the light that's needed for the safety of pedestrians and things along that street. Other comments? Do we have a motion? Sean, I think you had the most comments. Can you put those together into a motion?
Yeah, so make a motion to approve this project forward with conditions that we address those architectural items, particularly the window frames clarification as a medium bronze glazing, be it tint. I think maybe there's a possibility that we have a small subcommittee resubmittal on that. Some of the architectural items and the landscape items. But generally, I think the project is a huge enhancement from where it was. It'd be nice to see some of the landscape items and minor architectural items come back for one last review for a subcommittee.
Okay. Do we have a second? I'm sorry, David.
I was just going to list the items that I have on my notes.
Sure.
There was a request to add planters within the RV bays for trees.
There was a particular to that, David. I think Tom cited 2 on each side of the building, on the northeast and south.
Correct. 2 on the north side of the property and 2 on the east side of the property.
Okay. Use a Caliandra for the green screens. Instead of the California fan palms, instead of the queen palms, use California fan palms at a variety of heights. Limit or turn off lighting during closing hours. Provide glare shields adjacent to residential on the north and east. Add low-growing trees, multi-trunk on Parkway or other shrubs to enhance the parkway. And then comments about that you just mentioned, number lock here, about the glazing tint to match the building. So those are the items that I had.
The sizes of the shrubs and the trees also. So the size of the shrubs look too small, generally speaking, and same with the trees. Also wanted some variation in the sizes of the tree boxes and heights.
So general comment about increasing some of the shrub and tree sizes, but allowing for a variety of types.
Yeah. You got the thing about the landscape sidewalk item also? West side of the sidewalk.
Yeah, looking for areas to add additional landscape on the parkway.
Yeah.
And as part of your motion, Sean, you're asking that a subcommittee be created to review this.
That's right.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second Sean's motion.
Was that Tom Dosey?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think our subcommittee should probably be the motion maker and the second, unless they.
No
prefer not
problem. Yeah.
I will
I'll,
accept.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Dirk, thank you very much. You guys did an amazing job improving this.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can move to new business. Item number 5 had been moved to the consent calendar. Item number 6, DTPS B3 LLC for revisions to the mixed-use building proposed on Block B1 of the Downtown Palm Springs specific plan located at the northeast corner of Bellardo Road and Museum Way. May we have a staff report, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I
Yes.
would like to recuse myself from this item as I've worked on the project and with the developer.
Okay. And Tom, just out of curiosity, item 7, are you going to be able to participate in that?
Item 7.
Avalon?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see you in a little while.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, staff report.
Chair Jakeway, committee members, the item before you, item number 6, is a revision to the downtown block B1 mixed-use building. As you may recall, this was reviewed in late 2020 and ultimately approved by City Council on January 14, 2021. It consists of a new building that's 73,000 square feet in size and includes 45 residential units and ground floor commercial. The AAC at the time did review, as a part of a condition of approval from council, enhancements to the ground floor of the building to activate and improve the kind of activation of that ground floor of the building back on May 3rd of 21. So since that time, the applicant has made some revisions to the building for various reasons. Those are outlined in the attachment to your staff report. But in summary, there are some changes to the east elevation involving windows within the fiber cement panel areas and stucco walls of that elevation. Adjustments to balcony dimensions for structural supports at various locations. They've revised the balcony railings from glass panels to a metal cable railing, a vertical cable railing on all elevations. And then they've revised the common areas of the courtyard at the center of the project site on the ground floor. They're proposing to add shade structure. That same design shade structure is also proposed on the 3rd floor pool deck. So let me go through those revisions in plan view. Just as a reminder, this was the approved perspective from Bellardo and Museum Way. And this is a perspective if you were standing on the south side of Museum Way, west of Palm Canyon, looking to the northwest from what is the Pokeball place. This is another perspective of the approved building looking to the southeast, close to the garage area across from the museum, standing on Bellardo Road. And this shows what was approved for the ground floor of the project site. The Lardo, you'll see it's on the top of the screen. That would be the west side of the site. On the north side is Andreas Road. On the south side is Museum Way, and on the east side is the Market Street and two-story building that fronts King. So this was the approved courtyard space on the ground floor in the center of the property. You can see here that we incorporate landscape areas, some trees within some curvilinear planter areas. So they're proposing to revise this courtyard space and to make it more linear in its design, as well as add a new shade structure that you see here. It's a canopy that's roughly 9 to 11.5 or 12.5 feet above the ground. This shows the design of the canopy structure in the courtyard area, as well as extending from the kind of primary entry point to the building. And this exhibit here shows the pool deck on the 3rd floor of the project. You can see it's at the southwest corner of the building. They're proposing to add that same design shade structure within that space, outdoor space, that communal space of the building. In terms of the elevation changes I mentioned, there's some proposed fixed windows that are being installed on the elevation. As you see here, these are bedroom windows that are proposed. And so when looking at this on the east elevation, on the top of the screen, you see here the approved elevation for the building that was approved by council. On the bottom here is what is being proposed for revision. As I mentioned, you can see the various changes with new windows installed within this cement panel material here. That's kind of a vertical cement panel on both sides of that installation. So they're proposing the windows within that area. They're also proposing windows within the stucco areas along each of the units here. And then on the ground floor, this is what I was mentioning about the high fixed windows on the ground floor. So this just is a larger view of those changes. Also, it's not easily apparent, but they're showing the vertical guardrails on all elevations, as opposed to the glass panels that were shown in the approved elevations. Going back to this exhibit here, where I was mentioning some of the balcony revisions, you can see that here on the 6th floor here, where it extends further over on plan view. You can see that here. What was approved is on the right side of the screen. So you see the balcony on the approved the approved floor plan for the 6th floor is on this side of the screen on the right side. And then a zoomed in view of what's being proposed near this corner, it does extend further to the north on the east side of the building. So that's just one example of where they've made a change to adjust for some structural changes that they'll discuss further. This also shows, and this is also showing the vertical cable design that is proposed on the balconies. And so that would wrap wherever there's a balcony location. And so that is really the major changes. Staff in your staff report provided the findings that the council made when they approved the building. And based on the proposed revisions, staff doesn't feel that or doesn't believe that those changes or the findings in those responses to those findings has been substantially altered. So we still believe that this is approval by the ARC. With that, I'll conclude my staff report and answer any questions. The applicant is also with us tonight.
Thank you, David. Do any of the committee members have questions of staff?
I do.
Robert.
Yeah, David, did they submit a revised rendering of the view of the corner of the building with the new shade structure at the pool? No?
Yes, they did. Let me see if I have it in this exhibit.
I didn't see it in the packet, but
They have an exhibit showing a more focused view of just the pool area, but not the whole building. So I can show you
Okay.
this one here. So this is kind of the more focused view of that area. And then this is if
Okay.
you were inside the pool area.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, if the applicant could give us your name, you have 10 minutes to present your project.
Hi, my name is Michael Katsivis, and I am an architect working with grid development. I guess I'm allowed to share my screen on this. Share my screen. So yeah, so I think David ran through the proposed changes, this minor amendments that we are looking at. I'll start off with the changes to the eastern elevation. We introduced some windows onto this eastern elevation, as David says, and that was primarily to obviously get daylight and ventilation into bathrooms and bedrooms. We also think it helps the eastern elevation in the fact that you are now getting windows and more animation on that facade. Something that was previously rather flat and had no windows is now more engaged with the street in the city itself. So you're adding these windows onto the eastern elevation helps the building address that issue. The other change that David mentioned was the width of the balconies. And we needed to widen the balconies so that the edge of the balcony lined up with a wall internally. And this was for structural reasons, in that we had to have the edge of the balcony being picked up by a wall inside. The only other alternative to this, rather to make the cantilever work, would be to put a column on the edge of the balconies and drop that down to the street, obviously. And in the mind of the developers, of myself, the architect, and the whole design team, we felt it more appropriate to widen the balcony so that we could maintain the cantilever design and not have to introduce those columns in the corner of the balconies. So this is just some floor plans highlighting the issues that we were talking about. So as you can see in this page here, there's an excerpt where the edge of the balcony is now lining up with this wall internally, and that just gives us our structural support. So that meant each of these balconies widened slightly, but nothing drastically. We also relocated the windows onto the elevation into these two areas. One of the main reasons was that walking down this hallway and having a window here rather than there meant any kind of, this is the escape route, this is the access path for the whole entire building. So anyone walking down through here is looking directly into your bedroom. And then we thought that getting windows into bathrooms and getting windows into bedrooms to get daylight in there was a positive. So that was kind of the main reasons for the design changes on the eastern elevation in terms of the balcony width and the window locations. So these are just the following up on the further plans, the third and fourth plan that shows those same additions to the elevation on the eastern side. And then again, on the 6th floor, we needed to pick up the wall, pick up the edge of the balcony. So that's kind of what's setting out the edge of this balcony is the edge of this wall here. So those are kind of the thought process and the reasons why those amendments were made to the design. And then looking at the courtyard itself, I think amenity space in multi-use, multi-function buildings is becoming more and more prevalent. There's a lot of home working now, outdoor working, outdoor spaces, things like that. So we thought, being able to activate and use the courtyard more than just just more than a path that you walk through. We really wanted to bring some of the amenity spaces of the building into the courtyard. So bringing the home working, co-working space into that space, introducing desks and seating and benches so that all the tenants could use the courtyard in multiple functions was the kind of the driving force and the idea behind changing the landscape, if you were. So we also at the same time wanted to make that space feel covered, so you didn't feel exposed if you were sitting down there. You didn't have the whole entire building looking down on top of you. So we introduced this kind of shade structure that provides not only shade from the sun, but also provides some kind of sense of cover and protection to the users. And the kind of design spirit behind the structure was taking aboard the landscape, obviously the local landscape of Palm Springs, and also some of its more iconic buildings itself. So bringing kind of this language of, we kind of developed a design that picked up a kind of very graphic and bold overhang language that you find throughout Palm Springs, but also touched on the landscape. So we developed this idea of these interlocking triangles that kind of break apart, that have, certain areas that are open, certain areas that are closed. They have, they're kind of perforated, they are slatted so light and, still gets through. And they vary in size as they move through the courtyard. And so also the idea was that this structure animated corner of the lobby of the building as well. And that wrapped from the inside of the lobby, and then you kind of get a clear path of vision out to the courtyard, linking the two spaces together. And then that space, that kind of structure wraps around into the courtyard, providing cover to, desks and seating where people could use that space as much as they use the space, the co-working space, the home working space, and the amenity space inside the building just next door to the courtyard. So that same structure wraps around into the co-working space that's located on the first floor of the building. So you have this kind of very clear design logic, this clear design idea, interweaving and connecting all the different spaces together. And then the same idea of that carries up onto the pool. Rather than having, just umbrellas or kind of something that hasn't been designed, you obviously want some kind of shade and some kind of protection around the pool. So creating a well-designed, well-thought-out structure that ties into the design of the overall building was something that we were keen to introduce around the pool. So that provides structure and shade over the lounge areas, the seating areas, the dining areas, the cooking areas. Again, provides you a certain amount of cover, not only from the sun, but also from the rest of the building overlooking it. So that same kind of varying sizes of triangles and orientation and openings and things also gets carried out over onto the pool as well. So that's just a couple of views looking at, what that might look like as it sits there. And finally, we wanted to touch on the railings. We had glass railings before, and just concerns over maintenance, cleanliness, being the amount of water it's going to take to wash glass railings is obviously exorbitant. Something that is a lot more maintainable and usable and probably better suited for the building's environment is a vertical metal cable system. So we decided, it's going to be less dusty. It's not going to require as much cleaning. It's going to look better for a longer time. So we decided to change that to the metal cable system. And we went with the vertical metal cable system because horizontal cables tend to sag. And if you have to, you might have to replace all of them in order to replace one. So I also feel like the vertical cable is a bit more modern. So we looked at the vertical cable as an option. And that just means that, you can tighten them. They don't wear and tear as much as the horizontal ones. So we decided to go ahead with the vertical cable railing and swap that out for the glass railing. So those are the kind of minor amendments and proposals that we've decided proposing and looking at the scheme. Obviously this has been submitted for building permits, so we've been working through the design and the overall building with the plan check department. And obviously the structural engineer and the whole design team is what's kind of driving some of these, most of these decisions that we're looking at now. So that's where we are. So thanks for your time. And let me know if you have any comments.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
This is the time for public comments. If there's anybody in the waiting room or anybody participating who would like to comment on this particular item, please make yourself known. appears that there is no public comment, so now's the time for the committee to ask questions of the applicant. Robert.
Yeah, so a couple of questions. On the east elevation, some places you call out the cable railing at 42 inches high, and some places you call it out 36 inches high. Can you explain what's going on for the difference?
Yeah, I mean, so the 36 is off the apart. I mean, we can make them all the same. I think that's probably a drawing error that we meant to pick up, but 36 is off the residence. And then 42 is off the walkways. So any kind of private balcony is 36, and then the walkways are 42. I think we do want to, just carry them all across that 42 in the end.
Okay, and then on that same elevation, you've introduced a very strong, wide, in the elevations, is black vertical element at the ends of the balconies on each end. Can you tell me what that is and where that is?
Yeah, I think that's a kind of coloring issue with the drawing. It's meant to be the shadow. I think on the previous planning applications, there was lots of shadows on there. So that whole wall will be the cement panels that were previously proposed.
Could we go to that elevation just so I'm clear?
Yeah. What we were trying to do was match, kind of draw the elevations as similar to the planning drawings as much as possible. And let me just flip to that page. I know what you're referring to. You're referring to this element here.
Yeah, on each, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's gonna, I think, sorry, go ahead.
You're saying that that's a shadow line?
Yeah, and this was, as you can see on the planning drawings, there's a black line next to each of these as well. And this definitely, the intention in what we will do is match the same width as that line with this black line here. And I think it was just getting the reveal of the glass and that to the way it was kind of rendered in the end, the elevation. But definitely the intention is to have the cement panels be the same kind of relationship to the edge of the window on the planning drawings as it will be here. So they'll probably, this, one extra panel of cement here will be shown up on the rendered elevations.
Okay, but it's not going to be a black band, vertical band. It's just,
no.
It'll match. Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the courtyard plan, in the rendering of the new proposed pergola, it shows you've got cypress trees that kind of poke through occasionally. I'm assuming they're cypress, right there. But on the actual courtyard plan, it looks like you have different kinds of trees, and you may even have a specimen tree in the middle. And my comment is that it would be really nice, it's great that you're creating this experience on the courtyard level, but you've got so many walkways on the upper floors looking down on this, that all that you're going to be mostly seeing is this roof structure. And it'd be really nice to be able to pop more trees up and maybe get a specimen tree with a more broader canopy so that it has a little bit more interest than what you're currently showing.
Yeah, I think the point taken, and I think the idea really was, to kind of have openings so that you weren't just looking at one flat structure, but there was breaks in the structure where you're seeing down into the space as well. So that was kind of the idea of having these openings and not have the whole entire courtyard be covered by the structure, but also have those trees coming up. So we were, I understand where you're coming from, and that design idea is something that we thought about and definitely wanted to take on board as well.
Yeah, I like the direction. I just think it can go a little further. There is a plan that shows the new layout of the courtyard with the roof structure overlaid on it. If we can go to that, and I can just, that one. So yeah. Up at the top, you'll see sort of in the middle, it looks like there's some sort of specimen tree. And yet when you look at the roof structure, there's a roof structure over that one.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying that, if in fact that is a specimen tree, it would be nice to leave that open so that it can grow above the roof structure.
Definitely. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I did have, I'm assuming that the new bedroom and bathroom windows on the ground floor, you're a sprinkler building and you're one of the types construction that allows you to do that in a bedroom.
Yes.
And have it fixed.
Yes.
Okay, because it's pretty awful, but I understand. Some light is better than no, but okay. That's all I have to say for now. Thanks.
Thanks.
I have a question. On the first floor, you've changed the floor plans where previously in each of those 3 units, the bedrooms and the living room faced the courtyard, so there was no need for windows facing Market Street. I think that makes a lot more sense to me. What was your reasoning for wanting to change the floor plans?
I think what we were looking at here was that really the intention for that first floor was to have what we're trying to do really is orient the living room so it had a wider frontage onto a daylit space. So that really the idea is that you're creating this great room that has more glass outlook onto the courtyard, to the mountains, to the cityscape. So this the linear frontage and glass on the living room got to be much greater than it was in the previous design, where you had a bedroom, a short glass window with a very deep living room, and then another bedroom next to it. So really the thought process behind that this is kind of going to be a study, a home office, kind of a secondary space, with this being your primary bedroom and this being your primary bedroom that overlooks the courtyard, that overlooks the mountainscape. And then you have this fantastic living room that, you can open up this whole entire facade that slides open, and your living, your kitchen, your living space and all that has got great views out to whether it be the courtyard or to the city. And you're not taking up this kind of prime elevation with the bedroom and then a second bedroom, and then just having a small living room with a kitchen kind of shoved in the back of the space that doesn't get very much daylight and is not the nicest kitchen in the world. So that's really kind of the design driver between, kind of acknowledging the fact that this is going to be more of a, home office, more of a study, more of a thing like that, rather than necessarily a bedroom, especially for these ground floor units. And that's why we were kind of driven towards that design.
All very good points. The windows, the new windows, the small, high fixed windows that are in the wall that's labeled public art look very awkward to me. Has there been any consideration to possibly making those in effect floor to ceiling with a opaque spandrel glass panel on the lower section so you don't have a privacy issue? And maybe that spandrel glass is even in front of a wall, so you don't even have a shadowing issue, but to make the windows seem a little more important.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely can look at that. I think we can bring that down and look at that. Maybe it's not, maybe it's more of a vertical band. It doesn't necessarily have to be frosted glass, but it's a different material or something, but it still reads as a vertical band or vertical element rather than just a window.
Yeah, if all 4 of those windows were blended into one vertical unit, that could be an interesting solution also.
Yeah, I think we did, yeah, we'll look at that.
Anybody else have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. On
Is
the,
that Dan?
it is. On the new windows where you say the casement windows, where you say that it's a metal panel below, what's the metal and what color is it going to be?
I think that was kind of to the point Thomas was making about trying to make the windows read as a vertical element rather than just a window stuck into the facade. So what we really wanted to do was pick that up and have, kind of a gray panel that looks part of the window system rather than just being a window stuck into the wall. The other option is to make that panel be part of the cement panels, but then you end up, I think, with the same thing where, it's a window that it doesn't really read as like a floor to ceiling window. It reads as more of a window in a wall. So that's what that idea behind introducing that metal panel, and we kind of envision it as a gray metal panel that will be similar to the cement panel next to the cement panel is next to that window, but read more as part of the window rather than part of the cladding system.
Well, other than on the 6th floor, that have you thought about maybe just making that lower portion fixed glass? Because those all face into a bedroom, and the other one is over a bathtub. But had that been considered?
We did, and I just we did. I mean, I guess we could frost that. I just got concerned over privacy as it being, floor to ceiling glass in your bedroom. Maybe on a kind of very prominent corner of the building. So it was more of a kind of a thought: is a floor to ceiling window in your bedroom, in a very busy part of town, something desirable? Would you rather be a solid panel rather than a glass panel? But if we did consider glass and we had it, but it just, was a thought of someone actually being in their bedroom and, maybe feeling a little bit exposed.
Thank you.
I think the metal panels under the window, I like them if they go from the head of the lower window to the sill of the upper window. Because if you took the glass to the floor, you'd still then have about probably a 12 to 18 inch thick horizontal band that was something else.
Yeah.
Or I think this creates a nice tall element if the metal in the windows all blend together solid top to bottom.
Right.
And regarding the trellis and the pool and the courtyard, I like it all. Sean, any comments?
I like it too. I like the trellis, and I'm not quite sure I feel like this is a concept we're approving, or are we going to see this again, or is this a go like this?
I mean, it's that's what we've shown in our drawings. So we have it kind of detailed in our building permits that and kind of set out in there. So that's pretty much what we've been showing.
Yeah, committee member Lockyer, this was the reason this is coming before the committee is because staff identified some of these inconsistencies with the approved plan. And so that's why we're reviewing it with you before we issue any final permits.
Yeah. I understand. Some of it looks pretty conceptual. I'm wondering if, as the development of the construction documents for some of these things continues or progresses, is it going to change a bit further? So for instance, like some of the railing height differences, I'm not quite sure that 3 foot is allowable.
No, I mean, we're going to go with 42 inch. I think that was, we had it down at 36 around, like I said, but we're going with 42 inches.
And then like Tom was bringing up on sort of the plinth where it's marked public art and there's the windows there. Is there an egress requirement for those windows?
There's a certain area requirement.
And a sill height, I believe.
Yeah.
Sill height is 44 inches for egress.
But there's an exception if it's a sprinklered building and it's a certain construction type.
Yeah, so we have sprinklers, and that's the concrete podium down there. So you don't need the egress openings on those bedrooms.
Yep. Okay.
Michael, just a question. Is there any opportunity to bring the trellis work that you're showing in the courtyard and the lobby to actually bring it out through the front door into the outdoor entrance area?
You mean underneath the pool?
Yeah, just a thought, just asking you to think of that.
Yeah, we will.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Committee discussion.
I like it. I concur with Robert and his comments about the courtyard and plantings. I think it'll look at softening that view down with some canopy would be nice.
Right. Any other comments? I concur with what's been said. I think it's some nice improvements and wouldn't have any objection to any of it. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Dan,
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted.
can I amend that to say with reconsideration of the windows in the east wall that they might be a vertical band or some sort of
Yes.
option?
Yes, of course.
Do we have a second?
Can I amend it also and just say that they look at the, look for more opportunities to penetrate the canopy structure in the courtyard with landscaping?
Yes, I'll accept those.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Robert. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 9 o'clock, and I think this next one is going to be a fairly substantial discussion. So should we take 5 more minute break?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's meet back here at 9:02. It is 9:04.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry. It's 9:04 and the Architectural Architectural Review Committee is back in session. We are in the new business, final item number 7, Avalon 1150 LLC for the approval of final development plans for 130 single-family residential units on 50-foot wide lots within the Phase 2 section of the Miralon development located at 801 North Sunrise Way. We have a staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the ARC. Before I do that, can I just share my screen before I start with the staff report? Okay. Can you see my screen, the large one?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair and members of the ARC. So the item for you tonight is a final development plans for 130 single family units by Avalon 1150. And this is going to be at the Miralon development located at 801 North Sunrise Parkway. So this item was previously reviewed by Planning Commission on January 11, and at that time, the Planning Commission decided to continue the item indefinitely and formed a subcommittee consisting of members of the Planning Commission and the ARC and the staff member who is our architectural staff person who, along with subcommittee, reviewed the project. So the item was reviewed again by the subcommittee on 2 occasions on February 24 and March 10 and provided comments to the applicant. The applicant revised the project based on those comments provided by the subcommittee. And then we took it back to the Planning Commission on May 11, 2022. So just a brief breakdown of how the plan are presented. So there are 5 different plan types. They are designated as Plan 1, 2, 3, 4, and Plan 5. And each of the plan type will have 2 floor plans and also have 2 elevation types designated as elevation A and elevation B. So the mass and scales will consist of Plan 1, 2, and 3 that are single stories, and Plans 4 and 5 are all 2-story buildings. The proposed home will range from 2,203 square foot to 2,794 foot in size. when it went to the Planning Commission on May 11, the commission did approve it based on the fact that they were able to find that the final development plans are substantially in conformance with the Miralon design guidelines. However, some comments were made, and you as the ARC were asked to look into those comments. And I want to reemphasize here, these are not conditions, but they are comments made by the Planning Commission. Some of them are relevant to, are related to what the guideline says. And as I break them down, I will go into more details into those. One was the roof lines. The commission felt that the roof lines being proposed on two of the plans in particular, plans B and 1, are too complicated. They wanted the applicant to simplify it. In the memo that staff provided to you, I included the responses from the applicant. The roof lines have been simplified, and you will see those in the revised material submitted to you. The Planning Commission also noted that the color scheme, although consistent with the design guidelines, they seem to be dated at this time, and they wanted the applicant to review those color schemes. The applicant did. They actually deleted 2 of these schemes and made them more up to date and to what their buyers are interested in. And relative to item number 3, that they should look at all the 4 sides of the home, the proposed home, that is consistent with what the guideline says, that all the 4 sides, the 4 sides of each home are to be articulated. And you have to have different variations in wall planes and the external expression of structural elements and shading devices. The applicant has also done that. They've responded, and in your memo, you will see in more details what the applicant did. As far as the shading goes, I will, once I start to show my presentation, I will discuss that more in detail. The design guideline also requested that all building envelope shall provide or may provide shading devices to large glazed living areas. The applicant did respond to that, and I will show that in my presentation later on. As far as the backyard goes, the commission wanted to have there to be a path of travel from the backyard to the exit onto the green space in the backyard areas. This is not a specific requirement of the design guidelines, so the applicant will talk more about that to you when they do their presentations. And then as far as the windows are concerned, that condition was actually deleted by the Planning Commission at a later date. So, but the commission did encourage them to look into having fiberglass as opposed to vinyl. So the applicant will have some response to that in their own presentation. And then as for Plan 5B, which is the 2-story building, the Planning Commission specifically asked them to look more into that and encourage them to look into it and enhance the elevation. The applicant did. I will leave that up to the committee to respond to that. And then as for the streetscapes, they did provide some material showing streetscapes of elevations. Now, this is the overall site plan of the Miralon development. Most of you are already aware of this because in the past I have brought gallery homes, final development plans, the Woodbridge homes on 2 occasions, and Christopher homes. All of these are under construction as we speak. And as a matter of fact, the gallery homes have almost completed their phase 1 and phase 2. Woodbridge have almost completed all their own units on phase 1 and phase 2. Gallery is under construction. Christopher homes have almost completed all their own units as we speak. And so to the east side of the site where my cursor is currently is where the proposed 130 units will go. This is phase 2 of the Miralon development, and all the homes are proposed to be on 50-foot wide lots. Each of the lots have their own specific guidelines. So I hope you still have a copy of the design guideline. If not, I sent you one this morning. You will notice that they all have their own specific guidelines. Again, I want to add that this is a final development plan. What the code says is that you make a finding of substantial conformance to the preliminary designs, which will be the guidelines to serve as your guide as you evaluate the plant. The applicant is not seeking for any deviation from the previously approved development standards, such as setback, heights, or coverage. Those are all consistent with the design guidelines. Again, this is the overall site plan, and the area, this area that is highlighted here is where the proposed 130 homes are to be built, and that's the phase 2. Again, this is the plot plans for all of the 130 homes. They are consistent with the setback requirements, the coverage, and so there is no, the applicant is not asking for any deviation from any of those development standards. The material that was provided to you consists of two. You have the original submittal, which is the heavier one of the package that you have, and the lighter one is the supplemental copy that the applicant submitted to in responding to the comment from the Planning Commission. So these are the the front view elevations on street views as requested by the Planning Commission, and this consists of all the elevation types: 1A and 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A and 3B, and then 4A, 4B, and 5A and 5B. These are the rear elevations, and I will go more into these details to show you the response that the applicant made on the provision of shading devices to the homes. And these are the sonometric views provided by the applicant. And then these are the front elevations. So the heavier package before you have the different scheme, the color schemes in the very last pages of the exhibit. You see the different color schemes. So when it refers to color scheme 8 or 10 or 9, in the back of the page at the very ending of the pages of the larger exhibits, you will see those color schemes as they correspond to these homes. So as I mentioned earlier on, the applicant did enhance the rear of the homes consistent with the comments from the Planning Commission. So as you look at Plan 1A here, it has an optional covered patio right here. And this one here is the standard, the Plan 1A, standard of Plan 1A without the optional patio. This is Plan 1B. The exhibit to my right, to the lower right, has the patio, and the upper left has no patio. This is just the standard rear view, and it's showing the color scheme that applies to these elevations. And this is Plan 2A. So the lower rendering has the covered patio, and the one to the upper left does not have one. This is Plan 2B. Again, the lower rendering does have the patio, and the upper left does not, but it does have the shading device on above the windows and the door, the sliding door. So the same scenario applies to Plan 3A with optional covered patio. This is the rendering to the upper left, does not have that option. And 3B, the same goes with Plan 3B. And the same applies to Plan 4A, whereas the rendering to the lower right does have the patio cover, which is optional, and this is the standard without the patio cover. And finally, the 4B is exactly the same. And this Plan 5A with the optional patio cover, and the standard only has just the shading elements across the sliding doors. And finally, the same applies to Plan 5B. So one of the comments made by the Planning Commission, which is consistent with the design guideline, is that the four sides be enhanced, that they should have enhanced architectural treatment. So the applicant did revise their previous submittal, and this is their revised plans. And this is Plan 1A, showing the covered patio area here and the enhancement that's been made to the rear and the side. And then the walls, decorative CMUs. This is Plan 1B, same thing goes with Plan 1B. They've enhanced the rear and the side elevations. Plan 3A, same thing goes. These are all enhanced side yards of Plan 3A. And this is 3B. And 5A. And so I don't know if you want me to, Mr. Chair, if you want me to go into the larger material that shows the floor plans. And on each of these ones, so for instance, on Plan 1A, when the project was originally submitted, the original plan showed this. Following the comments from the subcommittee, they made revisions to it, and then it showed this with decorative apron leading to the right, and then with also decorative pedestrian pathway. These are the revised elevation. Following the comments from the Planning Commission, the applicant did simplify the roof lines, as I mentioned in my memo to you. So one of the main issues raised by the Planning Commission and the subcommittee was the amount of roofs, the roof lines. Planning Commission thought it was too complicated and there were too many of them. So the applicant did revise the roof lines to simplify to look this way, consistent with the comments from the subcommittee. And these are just revised elevations again. To the left was the original plan. As you can see, there is a difference between the original submittal and the revised elevations. All of these are in the materials given to you, so perhaps I shouldn't bore you down with all of these, but I do want to say again that the applicant did respond to the comments made by the Planning Commission, except in which they will be making a presentation to you and explain the reason why they've left some of the two of the plans the way they are. So, Mr. Chair, that will conclude the staff presentation. I'm available to answer any of your questions. The applicant is also with us. I believe they will be making a presentation to you. Again, staff is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Edward, I have a couple of questions. Can you go back to the slide where you showed the side yard and the enhanced side yard?
This one?
Nope, the one you had before that.
5A?
Yeah, the way they enhanced the side yard was by making the walled-in courtyard twice as wide. Can they do that on a 50-foot lot? I think that's deceptive. Now, I do like what they did where they did the different colored pop out around the windows. And that only occurs on the Plan 5. On all the other plans on the side yard enhancement, it's still just a long, straight wall.
Okay,
And
I
I'd
would,
really like to
would-
know, can they make the side yard bigger like this? Look at the size of the wall.
okay, let me take it back from the very top so we can start. Okay, so from here on.
Okay, so here, the enhancement is they have a covered patio that wraps the rear corner, but they've
Right.
made the side yard at least 3 times as wide. How can they do that on a 50-foot wide lot?
It is still within the, are you talking about the height of the wall or the depth
No,
of?
the width of the yard.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, I think what you're seeing is these are specific lots that have a wider lot or a corner
Yeah.
condition.
Oh, so this applies only to the lots that needed enhanced side yards. It doesn't apply
to all of them.
See, this is saying it's an interior lot, and an interior lot couldn't enlarge their side yard.
Yeah.
Only a
Correct.
corner lot could.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's saying lots 294 and 309 in this case would have that ability.
Yeah, so if you go to page, yeah.
I mean, I can see in the special focus lot locations that they do
Yeah.
have the opportunity to build into the side yards, but in a typical interior lot, they do not have that capability. So maybe
Right,
this
so-
is just labeled wrong.
No, actually, these are on the focus, special focus lots. That's what these are, 294 and 309. And so if you look at page 19 of the supplemental exhibit, you see where those 2 lots are located. I don't have it on my screen, but so if you look at page 13, I believe, of Plan 1A, you will find the special focus lots where these 2 lots belong.
Okay. Has the developer given us any detail or drawings of what the bolt-on metal canopies would look like and what they're made of?
So those will be given when the construction documents are submitted. For now, they have not, since the design guideline did not ask for real specifics on those, but for construction document, they will be included.
And my bigger question is, reading in item number 4, quoting from the guidelines, the building envelope must provide shading of the large glazed living areas. It doesn't say should or might, it says must. So I don't think having these patio covers as optional is an option. I think they would be required on all of these plans.
So let me read what it says. It says on the windows, it says building envelope to provide shading to large glazed living area. That's quoting exactly from the design guideline. That's the language it says, not
Well,
shall.
the one I'm reading where you quoted in the staff report says building envelope must.
Yeah,
provide
so I made that, that was verbatim how the planning commission stated it.
Okay. Any questions from the committee for staff? Okay, is the applicant present? Give us your name and a presentation, please.
Edward, would you mind stopping your share so
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. So this is Brad Shofar. Getting a ton of feedback for some reason. Sorry. Is that still happening on your end?
I think
Okay, so
someone joined us and it was, their microphone was unmuted, so I muted them.
okay, appreciate that. So, and I apologize. I picked the exact wrong day to travel from West Coast to East Coast, so I don't have my usual Zoom setup, and it's now 12:30 instead of being a more reasonable 9:30 where you guys are. So I will try to make this short and sweet on my end. Robert Heidi Architects is present, and I will turn the floor over to them in short order. But I did want to address a couple of items that Edward noted that the developer would address. And I'm sorry if in the reverberation, I did not state my name. So I'm Brad Schuckart. I work for Freehold Communities representing Avalon 1150. The two items in question were, one, with respect to the window and sliding door systems. One of the planning commissioners noted or a concern about dust intrusion and asked that we look into, not alternatives, but the type of windows that we're proposing. We are proposing using a company called Champion Windows, who's actually doing work currently on site for a couple of the existing builders. We've had several discussions with Champion, and they're aware of potential dust intrusion. It's quite frankly a maintenance issue. For better or for worse, Miralon is in the windy corridor. We talked about additional weatherproofing. The fact of the matter is that these houses do need to breathe, is a non-technical term. Adding additional weatherproofing will make the doors and windows non-functional. It's also installation, ensuring the proper installation will reduce the amount of dust intrusion. And quite frankly, as the community develops, there'll be more barriers to the wind that'll break up the prevailing wind patterns with additional homes and landscaping, and any potential for dust intrusion should moderate over time. So that's the one of the 2 points that Edward asked us to address. And the other was the egress to the open space. You'll notice in the plotting that there are certain of the lots that back to open space. If you were a part of the committees that reviewed the initial design guidelines, you'll recall that in those instances where homes back to the open space, we're actually creating an additional exclusive use easement area that will be in favor of the specific homeowner, that will be maintained by the HOA. In each of the cases for Woodbridge and Gallery and Christopher, they're actually now called PLC. They have accommodated pedestrian access through the rear gates of those easement areas. So there is a natural walkway from the actual rear of the property line out to that gate and into the open space. So that will continue to persist in these homes, and you'll see that in the landscaping for the models as we get there. So anyway, with that, I'll turn it over to I believe it's Dan at RHA who will present the balance of the project. Assuming Dan is still on the line.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep. It's echoing, but I can hear you.
Yeah, that's me. And the reason, for some reason, our conference line phone wasn't picking you guys up, or wasn't picking me up.
No problem. I'm going to go off video because I'm realizing now that this is the most unflattering angle I could have possibly chosen. So apologies.
So in the interest of time, I will keep it brief. I think Edward did an excellent job of summarizing everything. We've been through a few hearings. We've been to a couple of subcommittee meetings and the Planning Commission, and now here we are in front of you folks. We've got 5 plans, 3 elevations apiece, mixture of 1- and 2-story homes, primarily 1-story homes. I think it's 88% of the lots are 1-story. All in the design of the sort of mid-century Palm Springs aesthetic. We are articulating the exteriors with a mix of stucco, some tile, some masonry, some fiber cement siding. As it relates to the sunshading in the rear, have a combination of the sort of a prefabricated aluminum sunshade over the sliding glass doors. And as Edward mentioned, the optional covered patios. We were towards the end of Edward's presentation, he was touching on what side enhancements. And on the special focus lots, and these are the lots that are identified as special focus lots in the guidelines. These are odd shaped lots that may have different size side yards that would allow us to have a larger side yard. And we've added some additional articulation along those sides. The color schemes was brought up in I think a subcommittee or planning commission hearing. We've reduced it from 10 to 8. We've dropped 2 of the brown, darker beige schemes and kept the white, lighter gray, and some light beige schemes. We haven't done specific plotting for the color schemes on the individual lots. But when that time comes, we would lean towards a palette that would be more of the grays as opposed to the tans and the browns or the beiges. If I could share my screen. This is the supplemental exhibit that Edward shared with you earlier. These are all the elevations utilizing all the new color schemes. The rears, all the elevations, showing the optional covered patios using the revised color schemes. And I'll quickly jump to the portion of the presentation that I think there was some confusion. These are the special focus lots that have been identified. What we did then is break that down into, okay, these 2 lots here are 1As. This is how we're treating those 2 lots. They allow for a deeper side yard. We're going to force the option of the covered patio at the rear so it can wrap the corner along the side. This lot is a 1B. This is how we're addressing that similar situation. The lot allows for a wider side yard. Therefore, we can pull this wall out, force the option of the covered patio at the rear so it carries around to the side. These are all Plan 3A. And these would be treated this way. The sidewalk instead of coming off the street would come off the side. And in our opinion, we felt that the standard elevation was articulated enough that it really didn't warrant any additional articulation on those focus lots. It would run the risk of becoming overly articulated or too busy. These are the 3B. And in this case, we said of the walkway coming from the front, from the street, we took it from the side yard. And again, we forced the option with the rear covered patio so it wraps the corner. But the rest of the elevation had a fair amount of articulation on the side. This is another side entry plan that we felt that we didn't need to add anything more to it. A 4B. Similar, instead of the wall coming off the street here, comes off the side. And again, this has a fair amount of articulation on it that we felt it was appropriate as it is. This is a 5A. This one, we chose to bump this out and painted a contrasting color. And we did the same thing right in here as well. And again, that lot allowed for a deeper side yard. Here's a 5B. Similar treatment, although you don't pick up the deeper side yard, you do get the pop outs here with the contrasting color to break up the 2-story mass. These are all part of the supplemental exhibit. So with that, I will
Dan, let me interrupt for just a second. You just made a really good presentation, and I totally get it now. And I think all these special side yard treatments you have done have answered what we needed.
Okay, great. Then I'll turn it back to you.
Dan, before we conclude the applicant portion, I did want to address just the rear yard shading issue. So in the previous iteration, and those that were on the subcommittee may remember, we've always carried the larger shade structure as sort of an option, believing that our home buyers would give them the ability to choose what that looked like. But what we did is, at the advice of the Planning Commission, we added a standard shade canopy, as Dan alluded to, over all of the rear large glazed windows. So I would sort of change the narrative slightly, which is to say that we are in fact meeting that obligation per the design guidelines and adding a standard shade structure or shade feature to each of the homes, with the ability for the homeowner to elect a larger shade structure, which is the alternative that was shown in generally the lower right-hand corner when Edward was presenting.
Brad, what is the size of these metal shade structures and how are they attached to the building?
I would defer to Dan on that one.
The idea behind these would be a prefabricated unit that would be bolted on to the structure itself. The width would cover at least, if not more, of the width of the sliding glass door, and it would project out anywhere from 18 inches to 24 inches. And it's the surface, the horizontal surface itself would be sort of a perforated aluminum to give some interest with the shadow effect.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation from the developers?
It on my end, yes. Brad, I don't know if you had anything else, but I think everything was addressed. I'm sure you folks will have plenty of comments or questions for me.
Okay,
yes,
right now
mine as well.
Okay, right now is the point where we can have public comments from the audience. Do we have anybody waiting in the waiting room who would like to speak about this particular project? Since we had no comments, there's no rebuttal that needs to be given. So now we're at the portion where the committee will ask questions of the applicant. Questions? Sean?
Actually, just a minute. I'm waiting for my screen to catch up here. I've got some landscape and architecture, but I'll start with one. Did the windows? Did I miss the discussion about window frames and what material that was landed on for that?
The windows that we're proposing are going to be a vinyl window. There was some concerns and some suggestions brought up to switch to a fiberglass window, but given the supply constraints that all the builders are facing right now, it's just not an option to go to the fiberglass. The delays as they are, you're looking at 6 month or more lead times on windows, and to go to fiberglass, it's virtually impossible to try to get them on site in time. And frankly, I don't know that it's that much better of a window that would, mitigate the issues that have been brought up before with potential leakage.
I think one of the issues we were concerned about with that was just the look and appearance of them. What color is in the detail on those? What color are those vinyl windows?
They come in two colors, either a white or a sort of a sand tan color.
Got you. Yeah, you can come back to me. I'm looking for the landscape plans.
I'm looking at the front elevation of 5A, and it calls out a entry canopy, your designation B. Is that the same canopy that you're proposing for the rear of the homes?
No, the The ones that are on the rear would be a bolt-on prefabricated one. Anything you see on the front elevation would be constructed.
5B, I know, was a concern of the Planning Commission, and I have the same concern that the second story looks very lopsided. The massing of the house is so strong on the right and non-existent in the rest. Looking at the floor plan, was there any consideration to taking that second floor, instead of running it along the length of the master bedroom or master suite, running it across the house over the office, laundry, pantry, and powder room, so that it's a little more blended into the building instead of making one side of the building feel so heavy?
You know, short answer is yes. I don't know if you were part of one of the subcommittee discussions, but there was one meeting that we had with gentleman, Ken, I can't remember his last name. And
I think I was in that meeting, and I remember specifically you had the two-story element over the living room and dining room, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, he had asked us to reduce that massing. So what we did is we took the massing and put it over that right side of the floor plan and reduced the height of the great room to bring that down per Ken's suggestions.
Okay. When I remember at the subcommittee, we talked about, there's an area on your landscape plan on sheet L2 that's a big blank area, and we're assuming it's a retention basin. And we talked about, could that be used as a dog park, or could something be done there instead of just a hole filled with gravel? And I'd like to get your response to that, but also before you finish that, on the right of this, looks like there was probably originally a lake, and there's a symbol in it that I have no idea what it is. Is that something that shouldn't be there, or can you explain that?
Which sheet is that, Tom?
L2, almost at the back of the thicker package.
Is anybody from C2 on?
No, Dan, they couldn't make it tonight.
Okay, I mean, that's not part of our project, Brad. I don't know what that graphic is that's showing up on the drawing, frankly.
I'm guessing it's something that was supposed to be somewhere else and just got there.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Do you know internally within your development company, did you have any discussion about trying to use that retention area as something that could be a benefit to the community?
Yes, we've had that discussion several times. It's a relatively deep, steep basin. And frankly, we're concerned about the utility of it and the safety of it. I guess I would ask that, not that we don't focus on that. I appreciate the comments, and certainly, we would love to utilize that space. But as it relates to this application, I mean, we're trying to focus on the architecture and the landscaping specific to the 50-foot wide product. But certainly something we're taking into advisement, and we'll work with planning to talk about ways we can better utilize that space, if at all. Again, the concern being ingress and egress, and the depth of that facility, especially in the event of severe weather, and getting people
I get
in
it.
and out
I
of
get
there.
it. Somebody's down there with their little poodle and it fills up with 10 feet of water.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from other committee members for the applicant? Sean?
A couple more. What are on the floor plan 4? Looks like a bit more of a traditional house, traditional roof line. What are the roof materials on that?
Well, as I'm scrolling to get to it, and this is a big file, but your sloping roofs would be a comp shingle type of material, and your flat roof would be like a TPO type material.
Sean, anything else right now?
Sorry, no thanks.
Okay. I have a question on the elevations, on a number of the front elevations. From the time we had the subcommittee meeting till now, masonry units were put underneath the windows that wrap the corner, and they project out from the plaster at least the thickness of 1 block. And that's just what we were hoping for. But as I look at the color and material boards, it shows stone tile, but I don't see the stone tile shown on any of these elevations. What is that stone tile for?
So some of these elevations, I think, are well, the intent is to use some kind of tile product that's easier applied than a true masonry type product. And I think that's what's reflected on these color boards right now.
Well, what I would like to see is if there is a tile product, that it is proud of the building wall at least 6 inches, just like these masonry walls are. If the tile is flush with the stucco, it just looks.
Yeah, no, that would look terrible. We would fur it out and use a combination of it to get that perceived thickness, at least 4 inches, 6 inches out, to get that, especially as it turns a corner, to get it to look right.
Perfect. Now, my preference is the masonry because you get the geometry of the grout lines.
Right.
The tile tends to become one wall of, you don't get that extra texture to it.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe the tile can be set with a colored grout or something. So just something to think about.
Okay.
And I will say, from our subcommittee meetings, you've come up with some really successful revisions and changes, and I really appreciate you listening so much to the comments that everybody had.
Thank you. I think the subcommittee hearings that we had, proved worthwhile, and we've got a much better product now as a result of it.
Committee members, other questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I have one, and I'm just curious about, and I think I missed the last presentation and wasn't involved in the committee, subcommittees. But I'm looking, only one that kind of bugs me is Plan 5A. That rear elevation of 5A feels kind of awkward to me. So I'm just wondering if there's something that could be done on that back elevation to give it some kind of it's a 2-story box back there that feels kind of awkward. So I don't know if there's where we could bump the wall out around the, do something vertical around the windows as a bump out or something, but.
Yeah, I think on the rear elevation where it stacks, and maybe we can play with the I'm looking at the rear, the left side, we've got a control joint running vertical, and maybe that plane is, sticks out 2-4 inches past the other plane just to give it some relief.
Yeah.
Assuming I'm meeting setback requirements, but I think that could be a cool little feature there.
Yeah. I think something just to give it some oomph back there.
Okay.
And I agree with Steve. I think what you did in the side yard enhancements, where you popped out those little surrounds around the window on the side of those special lots, something like that might do the trick here.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the committee for the applicant? Okay, thank you both very much. We'll discuss and see where we go.
Thank you.
Committee members, comments, ideas? I know that a lot of you haven't seen the progression that this project has made, but it's really come a long way. I think my comments on the plan and massing of Plan 5 are the only criticism that I would really have. Well, one of the only criticisms. The main criticism I would have is the little 18-inch by 24-inch deep bolted on metal shade is not appropriate. I think it definitely needs to be more like the metal shade that's on the front of the house and have, 18 inches of shade on that window is only going to protect the drapery rod. It's not going to do anything for the rest of the room. And that would be my comment.
Kind of a question for you then, Tom, about since you were involved with the evolution of the review of this process. What the enhanced lots on corners, and I guess more generally, what are we reviewing and approving in terms of landscape plans for this project now?
That, David, can we ask you that? What's the land? At the very back of this package, there's a kind of a typical landscape for each of the 5 different lots. And I assume we're not looking at any sort of HOA landscaping, but the one thing that these plans don't show is just what Sean's asking on the enhanced lots where they have the bigger side yard and where it wraps around. I think we should see a landscape plan for those.
Yeah, it looks like these are really conceptual in nature, but they don't have that corner condition. And I don't know if Mr. Robertson, if you have additional thoughts on that.
Yes, I do. So actually the landscape are consistent with the design guideline. What it says about the corner lot or the focus lot is that there are specific plantings and number of trees that are required. They do meet all those requirements. So if you look back to the previous final development plans brought before you, they are very similar to these. They are consistent with the requirement of the landscape design guidelines.
Do you know what those are in terms of the tree requirements or quantities on those?
Yeah, so the ones that are by corner lots, which are referred to as the special focus lots, are required to have 2 different species of trees.
And so a typical lot in their frontage, even in 50-foot wide, is that they show 2 on all their renderings. For some reason, I'm having a lot of trouble finding any landscape plan at all on here. But
towards the very back of the package, Sean, of the thick one, look at page L4.
Yeah, so if you look at the bigger, the original submittal that has the very last page has the landscape plans. And if you do have the design guidelines with you, you will see what I'm trying to see if I can pull it.
I definitely don't have that.
Well, what it's saying here is on 50-foot wide lots, they'll have 1 36-inch box tree, 1 24-inch box, or 3 15-gallon accent shrubs, 12 15-gallon shrubs, 15 5-gallon shrubs, and 21-gallon ground covers. They aren't calling out any specific tree types, but they do have a tree list that basically comes out of the guidelines.
Correct. So the mirror lawn does have a specific plant legend that it must be selected from.
So I guess my comment or observation, I'm still having trouble finding this landscape plan, but just bear with me a sec. And as I look at this, and I was not part of all the subcommittees, but I do remember reviewing the overall project. I feel like it's been some years ago. And when I look at it now, I think, well, what a wonderful idea, right? To have these large open green space and areas with these sort of orchards and fields in the back. But then as I kind of walk through this particular phase, I go, if I'm a homeowner here and I'm not backed up to that open green space, there's very little enjoyment I would get out of those open green space. And so then I go to looking for some opportunity throughout the community to make sure the streets are lined with trees and I'm still getting the enjoyment, even though I'm not backed up to one of those open green space lots. And so I think the requirement of having 2 trees or a bunch of shrubs is not as appealing as a requirement of having 2 trees in the front yard. And then as I think about these more enhanced lots of a corner, I think that also an opportunity to create this sort of avenue as I look or walk or drive up and down these streets, that I am seeing and enjoying the same vibe and atmosphere that I think the community was intended for, I believe, with these, you know, more orchard-like rather than a golf course and things like that. So I believe, if I could read your mind, Tom, that you were going in a direction with the open space and the retention basin is enhancing the landscape of that some way, and to try to also capture the spirit of that sort of orchard-like tree-lined community that we were sold on here.
Yeah, well, that plant list I gave you with the quantities of plant, that's solely for the front yard setbacks. That doesn't include plants in the side yard or backyard. Those are the responsibility of the homeowner.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know about the lots that are facing the green belts that we'll see the trees once they mature, but I think Edward or the developer mentioned how they're doing special use easements for those areas, and I
Correct.
do not know who's going to landscape those.
You know, I can have Brad speak to that a little bit, but to member Sean Lucky, if you haven't been to that area lately, I would really encourage members to go. And when you are ready to go, let me know so I can, you know, take you up or use the city's vehicle. Then we can have the code to the development. Take a look at how it looks today compared to how it looked like a couple of years ago before all the construction activity started there. The olive trees are beginning to really grow, and then you also need to see their recreation area that you saw during the review period. It has been built, it's been constructed, and it's open. So you need to see what difference that has made. So I will let Brad speak to the landscaping a little bit, especially the open areas. You can tell us more about it. Brad, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here. So I was speaking earlier to the rear yard easements for those lots that do back to open space, and that is landscaped by the developer, maintained by the HOA. It's a desert scape that leads then into the groves. As to the enhanced side yards for the focus lots, the design guidelines do establish certain parameters for plantings. And I would agree with Edward that if you have a chance to go see the site, you'll notice, you know, certain corners, intersections have been upgraded with plant material. But the guidelines are specific as to what the minimum requirements are. What you saw on the renderings were obviously focused on the architecture versus the landscaping for those particular lots, because we wanted to show the articulation of the architecture. But like I said, the design guidelines are specific as to what those corners and special focus lots are required to have and do have in the case of the built portions of the community.
Okay.
Other comments from the committee?
I like Sean's idea of perhaps taking advantage. I see where you're going with this, Sean, too, bringing that character in on those larger areas, so it makes it feel like it's cohesive versus some random planting. And maybe those would be an area or some areas that could come back to us and review them as a subcommittee again. I'd be happy to serve on that.
It'd be nice to see down the street and the tree-lined street, ensure that. We've seen a lot of these types of communities where it becomes, these corners become kind of a hot wall of gravel and masonry with low to medium height planting, and it's a different look than a orchard-like atmosphere for sure.
Right, and where these are located, they kind of create an entry into the interior street portion, so that gives a good opportunity as well.
And I was able to locate the design guidelines that reference the typical requirements. Each lot is required to have a 36-inch box tree in front. But looking at the typicals that were part of your packet, I'll show you those. This is the front yard typicals where they've got the 36-inch box tree. Focus lots, so those would be the corner lots where it looks like they don't really identify more than the 36-inch box tree. They do identify 24-inch box trees where they have 3. So presumably that would be on the side yard, but I would probably want the applicant to confirm that. That's along the street.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and then so that's what would basically be along the street. Go back to the design guidelines. Here's the specific requirements for the 50-foot wide lots. Where you do have a shade tree on each lot, as well as informal desert planting, accent plant.
Am I imagining, can I ask you a quick question too, David, while you have that up?
Yep.
I don't know if I'm imagining this or not, but was there some issue also when this project came up that there was a problem with some of these trees because of a utility easement or utility lines and meter boxes and transformers? And again, I might be.
Yes, Sean, I remember that exact same situation, that there was too much underground utilities to get the trees where they're supposed to go.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, if you recall also, so the applicant had to go back and change the configuration of the locations of those 3 before they were finally approved. So this has addressed those problems.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you were right, Mr. Locke. Yeah, so.
I've got a horrible memory. I don't know why I remember that.
Oh yeah, it works. It works this time.
And Edward, I have a question. Will the driveways be articulated the way they had shown in the design guidelines as well?
Correct. Yeah, those are requirements. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
I'd like to see, can we just have a little tiny bit more discussion? Yeah.
Sure.
It would be nice. I don't know how we left it with that open green space on the corner, the retention basin area. It would be nice to see. I don't see people walking their small dog in the middle of that during a 200-year storm. And I would think that the landscaping could be enhanced there. I guess landscaping has just kind of become my thing on this project, or at least a focus, because I think I like the concept of the community, and I don't want it to get lost on the streets, particularly for folks in the projects who don't really get to enjoy the the concept of, or the yard space that some of the other people have. So I think the enhancement of the corner lots and this retention area, I wouldn't mind seeing something enhanced there, or a little bit of a step up in the what's dictated, particularly on what that last item David shared, which I grabbed a screen grab of that there. So it's the little chart. Oh, it was just a general statement. I don't really have an answer or a solution to fix that chart now, but
So, Mr. Chair, can I respond to that quick second?
Yes, please.
So because these are the first final development plan that you will see within this phase 2 of Miralon, we will work with the applicant as we progress with the latter phases or latter final development plans to come, which we'll work with them on how they will enhance their retention pond with additional landscaping. I have noted that, and as you noted earlier, they do work with staff. Well, they are always very open to working with staff on comments such as this. So we will make sure that we'll continue to work with them to enhance the landscaping in that area. And as far as dog play areas are, if you look at the recreation area, they do have 2, I believe, dog play areas already in existence there. So they do have these facilities within the development.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting, Edward, that I know Tom threw that out there as a dog.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think it, to me, wasn't pushing for a designated dog area, but if I had a dog and I wanted to wander in there and it was conducive to that, you know, like not just a bunch of riprap or gravel and some shrubs and cactus and that sort of thing.
No, we will work with them to make sure that they do. And by the next phase or development plans we bring to you, you will see a difference from what we have today.
Thanks, folks.
You're welcome.
Do we have a motion? Can we have may we have a motion?
Tom, I think you should make a motion.
You think I should make the motion?
I do. I think you were pretty involved with this, and
okay, I think that I make a motion that we approve this project as it's been submitted, taking into account the comments regarding the landscaping of the individual homes, the enhanced landscaping on the focal lots, and the potential to do a nice landscape feature in the retention pond. And that the metal bolt-on structure be redesigned and submitted for approval. And that a subcommittee would review the landscaping issues and the metal shade structure so that it doesn't have to come back to the full entire committee.
nothing on the tile that was being.
Yes, I'm gonna say that.
Yeah.
The applied tile.
Seeing some more detail on that material.
Right, and that can be part of the subcommittee review.
And a bit more exploration on the rear elevation of number 5.
Yes, yes, thank you. Okay, I would include all that in my motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Sean, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Do we need
Okay,
to appoint a subcommittee?
Yes, who would like to be on a subcommittee for that?
I thought Member Dozy already volunteered.
I'd be happy to do that.
I'll do it.
And we'll put Steve there with him. Thank you, Steve.
If you need a backup, I'm volunteering.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just go with the 3 then. So.
Great, thank you.
Now this is a long meeting, so I talked with David. He had an item number 8, follow up on discussion from the joint meeting with City Council. We will postpone that to the next meeting. Any questions or comments that the committee might have for either the rest of the committee or for staff?
I'm assuming that our parklet's going to be on that. Then was going to be part of your agenda, David, for that item number 8.
It was really open for discussion. I did receive the email from the chair about the meeting time as one item. But I know we had some other comments about other things such as the parklets. So it could be something that we discuss as a part of a recommendation to the council. but really the discussion is more on what does the committee see in terms of doing the work that you're doing, and how can we improve on our work. So that's really more of the kind of the focus of the discussion. So we can talk about that tonight if you're still awake, or we can talk about it at the next meeting.
I would like to suggest we talk about it at the next meeting, but taking into account your comments about what we need to be discussing, so everybody can think about that. And if anybody on the committee has questions, just call me or email me and I can give you a little more detail.
I agree.
Okay, with that, I would say our meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for staying so late and all your input.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
On. Yeah.
Work.
Thank you all for your hard work.
Sure thing. You too.
Sure. You too.
See you, everybody.